what they're building at Anthropic is so compelling. And this crazy new model every week type environment. And it's this rapid iteration, which is so important.
When you have a team that's high energy and customer obsessed, really learning, the customers end up being your best salespeople.
Bessemer is one of the longest-standing venture capital firms in the world.
This is an unprecedented moment. Where does value accrue?
There's a lot of cool demos, hype, things that get one-time usage.
Deciding where you want to invest. You maybe make those decisions a couple times a year.
I started the first application of a large transformer language model to write code. People were pretty skeptical that it would even be useful. Since then, many millions of people are using these tools every day. The utility much greater. I think that's only going to continue.
Partner, Bessemer Venture Partners, Talia Goldberg. Head of Startup Sales, Anthropic, Kelly Loftus. Machine Learning, Cursor, Jacob Jackson. Co-founder, Features and Labels, Gorkum Yurtsevin.
All right. Thank you to SaaStr for having us. It is great to be here. I'm Talia Goldberg. I'm a partner at Bessemer, and I'm very excited to do this panel with our portfolio companies and our friends at Anthropic, Cursor, and Fall. So before we jump in, if you guys just give like your quick bios, that'd be awesome.
Awesome. Nice to meet everyone. My name is Kelly Loftus, and I lead the startup sales team at Anthropic. I've had the privilege over the last year and a half working and scaling our startups team, and so working with a lot of founders like yourself. Previous to that, I was at Stripe for 5 years working with startups and enterprises, and then at a really small HR startup before that. One of my favorite things is working with founders and enabling them to use AI in their workflow, so very excited to be here today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jacob. I first got my start in AI making Tab 9 back in 2018. Then I worked at OpenAI as a researcher, and then did Supermaven about a year ago. Talia led our seed round, and then around 8 months ago, we joined Cursor, and so I've been working there on machine learning since then.
Hi, everyone. My name is Görkem. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Fall. Fall is a generative media platform. We host open and closed source image and video models in our platform and expose them as easy-to-use APIs to the end users using our Inference engine. Yeah?
Awesome. Well, I love having the three of you because all of these businesses are basically enabling this crazy wave of AI, and developers, they're always leading at every era of innovation, and that's very much the case here, and we're seeing that across LLMs, across coding, across image and video. But all of these companies are also totally breaking the norms of what we've seen with growth and in the startup ecosystem in prior eras. And so I want to start this off actually by sharing a conversation that I was having with Gorkum while we were driving up here. So we'll go a little bit off script. And Gorkum was like, gosh, you VCs, like, the metrics are totally broken. Like, all the metrics, all the questions we get asked, they're wrong because the businesses look different today. And we have these SaaS metrics that looked at things like CARR and, gross margin like this, and had, very clear good, better, best metrics. And lo and behold, we have three wildly successful companies that have sort of broken the norm. So, Gorkum, tell me to start, like, what is broken? And then maybe we can chat a little bit about what metrics actually matter for all of you.
I think the biggest difference now is companies are growing much faster, right? I think it used to be triple, double, or if you tripled in a year, that was considered gold standard. And now it's, so many companies are breaking up, going from 0 to 50 million, like really, really fast. I think that's the biggest difference. But also, no one in AI really has 80%, 90% gross margins, because the way we sell software kind of changed. Before, if you are selling a SaaS product, the marginal cost was very little to sell to another company or to sell another product. But with AI, the new gross margins are lower because it comes with a cost to sell to another person. So that means everyone has less margins. Maybe that changes over time. Models might get cheaper, and if we can have people have stickier workflows, maybe the margins go up over time. But currently, it seems like everyone has less margins than traditional SaaS, but everyone is growing like crazy. And there's other implications of this to how people build sales teams. Seems like there's so much demand for AI that people don't need these massive sales teams, and they can get things done with much leaner teams. Maybe AI itself is helping some of that, or maybe the way this type of software is sold is going to be quite different. So someone has to sit down and define what makes a good AI company in a different way than what makes a good SaaS company. And on the way here, I asked Talia, maybe Talia should be the one doing that. And
Yes,
it would be a risky blog post, but
this is a good to do. But I want to touch on two things you said. One, we'll talk a little bit about all of your team structures and just some tactics on how you've built up go-to-market and sales. But before we do that, you mentioned this concept of, wow, the gross margins are lower, and it's because the cost to serve each customer also, it's not effectively zero as it was with the SaaS model. It's different. There's a real cost, and there's a really weird dynamic that creates, which is that your best customers in some ways become your worst customers because they're causing a lot of cost in your system. And I think as a result, we've seen a lot of experimentation with pricing models, and you're seeing this ideas of value-based pricing and maybe more usage-based pricing. Maybe share with me from Anthropic's and Cursor's viewpoint, because I know Cursor has been experimenting too with having a more usage-based model, not just the $20 or $40 a month. How are you thinking about that, and what do you think this looks like a year from now or 2 years from now?
Yeah, it's really hard to predict. I mean, if you look at where things were a year ago, 1 year ago there was no Sonnet 3.5, and look at where we've come since then, where just a huge number of tokens are flowing through that model. And where are things going to be in a year, 2 years from now, it's really hard to predict. And as Gorkum says, it's not like traditional software where when you receive $10 from the customer, you have to spend 10 cents in AWS costs to provide that. These GPUs are expensive, and they have a real footprint in electricity and heat, and that's not going to change. The way I would think about it is just, you look at the value that's being delivered to the customer, and then you look at the stack that produces that value, and you look at the total value being created by this technology, which is large and quickly growing, and then you just think, how can we increase that value, and how can we be part of that supply chain that takes the electricity and converts it into something that is useful to people. Yeah.
So do you think there could be if the average software engineer, I don't know, let's make up a number. Let's say someone's gets paid $150,000 a year. How much do you think you could charge for Cursor in a year from now, or the best users, the highest value users?
That's a really good question. When I first started selling developer tools for a flat price of $49, it's like, well, how much does this need to increase your productivity to be worth it? It's like 0.01%, and it's worth it, right? I think when you consider it relative to a developer's salary, I think many people have been accelerated more than 2x by this technology already, and the technology is only going to get better. So I think comparing it to the developer salary is the right way to look at it.
I also think the other thing you have to also think about, and what we're hearing from a lot of our customers, both consumers and enterprises, is people right now, and I see this happening for the foreseeable future, just want optionality and choice. So do you want predictability with how much you're going to spend on a monthly basis? Here is a SaaS subscription. We have that option. Or is it actually, hey, I really care about using a fast, cheap model, or I really care about the workhorse, and just being able to provide everything from a free model to a $200 a month one to here's a choice of models that you can use on the API side of things. And that's just what we've heard too from developers, is they want that optionality, they want the choice. They're still figuring out exactly where to use all of these models and what use case works for what part of their development workflow.
One thing we realized, I think this is true for Cursor and Anthropic's case too, instead of models getting cheaper, yes, maybe running the same model got cheaper, but people trained much bigger models that are much more expensive to run now, and people expect to use the best model. So running inference in general may be 100x in cost. Like this happens for us in our use case for video models. Like, yes, the image models we had a year ago, now it's super cheap to run. But now, because we have much more demanding video models, the margins even got actually lower because it's so expensive to run these models. People demand them, so the inference costs got much larger. So,
yeah. Well, I have a saying at Bessemer that I started saying a year ago, which is that COGS are the new CAC, which is that you can spend a lot on COGS, but it means that you also can't then be spending a lot on CAC and customer acquisition, because if you have low margins and really high acquisition costs, that's tricky. But the good news is all of your products, they kind of sell themselves. And so it's a little bit of a trade-off. But it is funny, I thought a year ago, we're on this cost curve of models getting cheaper and cheaper. And so I anticipated that the margins of some of our companies would actually increase, and that it was okay that they had low margins. And it turns out they've stayed really low.
yeah.
And they've stayed low because of exactly what you said, which is the cost to serve. The models are getting better, and people are using them more, but that equation hasn't held.
Like, advancements in software are always faster than advancements in hardware. So maybe the next generation of chips are going to make things more cost-effective, but developments on the modeling side is happening much faster. So it is getting more expensive to run the best model.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, so Kelly, when you joined Anthropic, I think, how many people were on the go-to-market team?
Yeah, Anthropic itself was about 250 people, and there were less than 10 people on the go-to-market team.
And today, how many people are there at Anthropic? And
about 1,300 at Anthropic, probably 150 or so on the go-to-market team.
Okay.
So crazy scaling over the last year and a half.
That's crazy. And can you share with us one thing that has been really interesting to think through is like how do you structure your go-to-market teams? Like what did that look like early on, and how has that changed? And if you were to think about a founder in the audience that's just starting their journey, what advice might you give them?
Yeah. I'll first start saying by it's hard. When I joined, we did not have the concept of quotas. It's just hard to pick a number on what you want to actually measure each rep by. And so what we did instead is thanks to our founders, we have a really strong mission of we just want to build really safe models and LLMs. And so with that in mind, one of the big pieces, reading between the lines, is how do we also continue to build this and get really good feedback from our models? And so what I did when I started was let's just build a team around feedback and doing everything that is for the better, knowing that this team is going to scale from 10 people to hundreds one day, maybe. And so really focusing on that and keeping that in mind. And we still don't really have quotas. We have shadow targets. It's really hard and difficult to predict exactly what is happening. The adoption is fast. A lot of this is driven by the model intelligence, which you cannot predict over a long time period. So it's been extremely difficult, but really rallying people around the mission and being super clear about what we care about is getting feedback on our models and continuing to work with partners to push the model capabilities forward. And that comes from a lot of the startups we work with.
So no quotas at Anthropic?
No quotas at Anthropic today. That might change. Everything in this space, I feel like as soon as you say it, it's already outdated. But just shadow targets today.
Okay, so no one got, no one got a commission for selling to Cursor.
No one did.
Okay, and actually, maybe just quickly would love to hear the structure for you two as well.
I have a funny story about this actually. Beginning of this year, we were looking to hire a head of sales, and like any good head of sales candidate, people were trying to negotiate a quota system because we were growing so fast. And we thought, okay, maybe we had grown really fast until that point, and we thought, okay, maybe doubling next year would be a good target. And we said, like, okay, maybe we're going to double, and that would be the OTE. And during like the interviews and during negotiations, we grew maybe 50%. So we were like almost halfway there already. And then we decided, okay, this is useless. We are not doing quotas. It's impossible to predict. One thing now we are experimenting, maybe we can do shorter term quotas, meaning maybe quarterly or monthly quotas rather than yearly, whereas it's more predictable. You can course correct if something changes. But right now, we are also not doing quotas. Everyone's getting on-target earnings, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, at Cursor, many of our first enterprise customers bought Cursor because their developers came to their management and they said, we need this tool. Or in many cases, they were already using it. But we are growing the sales org a lot because there are a lot of companies where the developers can't necessarily make their own decisions about the tool, but they can still be substantially accelerated by this, and so we need to reach everyone.
Yeah. The quota system, part of the reason it's there is to incentivize the behavior that you want, and there's always good incentives and bad incentives, so it's a tricky system no matter what. And one of the benefits you have is that a lot of this, there's so much demand that a lot of this for all three of you is really filling the demand versus generating it. But in getting the right team members early on that share the same incentives, like that is probably the prerequisite to saying we don't need a system, around this because we're all aligned. We have the right, DNA and culture, and we're all aligned in just making, this thing successful and our customers successful. And so I'm curious for each of you, are there any things, whether it's like small tactics or questions or ways that you've assessed people, not just for go-to-market, but even for R&D or any area that says, hey, like this is a person that would be a good fit at Cursor or a good fit at Anthropic and might actually, not be a good fit at OpenAI?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. This space is crazy, and so across both technical and non-technical orgs, what we really want to understand in their interview process is how people think through hard problems and how they balance the different trade-offs. And so that's the number one thing within our interview process that we're really making sure that we understand on a candidate level. And then we also ask non-technical questions just to understand a person's motivations, what they like to do generally. And then in addition to that, as part of it, coming back to the question on how do we hire people without a quota on the go-to-market side, we want to make sure that people are really bought into our mission and really believe that we need to be building strong LLMs that are very safe. And so layering in questions in the interview process to make sure that people are willing to and excited to contribute to that mission.
On the sales side at Cursor, we have a very technical sales team, and that's partly because it's a technical product, and so it's helpful when the salesperson understands that well. But it's also because there's a lot of ways the sales process can be accelerated with software and with Cursor. And so many people in our sales org are also building tools to help the sales org using Cursor. And I think that's a trend that will continue.
Any specific examples on that of like what tools are helping automate your go-to-market team?
One, we use AI to help qualify inbound leads is one thing.
That's great.
One thing that worked really well for us, Talia, is we have a small research team now, and most of the people we hired for that research team is through our research grants program. So it's open invitation. You can basically just send us an email with a project you have in mind, and we care about, let's call it efficient AI. It's either efficient fine-tuning techniques or efficient inference. And if you have a research idea around that, or maybe if you like it, it could be an adjacent area as well. And we give you compute for a couple of weeks for you to submit a project. And we hired maybe 4 people through that research grants program, and has been really useful for us. We have no strings attached, no expectations, but people have been doing great projects, and we ended up hiring them.
That's a genius tactic.
Works.
I really like that.
Yeah, I like the topic on how are people using AI within their day-to-day. I'm curious on your end, or what's the coolest use cases within all of our companies that people are using AI in their day-to-day to help speed up different workflows or augment them?
We are trying a lot of different sales tools to automate email marketing, or automate, okay, you check the pricing page, now you get an email, things like that. Maybe you don't even need AI to do those, but a lot of the next generation tools are all AI enabled. So we probably subscribe to 3, 4 of them, trying to see if any of them works better, but it's still on the experimentation phase. And I know some companies can do this really well. We just need to put more time on it to get benefits from it. That's what it feels like. Yeah.
We're really excited about Background Agent, which is a feature that I think is currently in beta. But with this feature, you can give tasks to AI that it will complete asynchronously, and you can have multiple running at once. And then you can check in on the progress and easily, for example, if it's 90% right, but 10% is off, you can very easily drop into what the AI has been doing, bring it into your editor, and correct it. So it has this property that you can very easily steer and fix any mistakes, which I think is really important because these models are really, really smart, and they're getting smarter. But they do still make mistakes sometimes, and sometimes they don't really perfectly understand what you wanted. And so being able to correct it and stay in control is really important.
Yeah, that's very cool. How can people get access to that?
I am not 100% sure, but it will be rolled out to everyone soon.
Okay, coming soon.
Yeah, I think on our end, actually, some of the most interesting use cases of Claude internally have actually come out of hackathons. So if you're not doing this today, definitely recommend setting aside time. We're all very busy, but how do we set aside time to become just absolute masters in your own product or just AI generally? Across both the technical and non-technical org, one of the favorite use cases is the Slack channel that we spun up. We're huge Slack users internally. That's where most of our work happens. And what this Slack channel does is employees can go in, ask questions. Claude is on the back end and uses to go search over our internal knowledge bases and then retrieve and answer the employee's question. It's been extremely useful for productivity. So folks can get a really great in-depth answer really quickly that they would have otherwise had to ask a busy manager or busy engineer. And so it's been extremely great for time to onboard and just especially across time zones as well. So not needing to wait until the next person wakes up to actually answer your question.
Were there any really key decisions? All of your companies, you've totally broken the norms of revenue per FTE. In such wild ways, it totally breaks the brain across all 3 of these companies. So obviously you've had a lot of success, but there's definitely, in every startup journey, inevitably there's these challenging points in the road. I'm sure there will continue to be. But were there any key decisions that you can think of that you go back to that you were like, gosh, this was a really critical thing and we got it right or we got it wrong, that might be interesting for the group?
Yeah, I have 2 of these actually, which happened very close to each other. So when we first started the company, we were more of a data infrastructure company, and we had like a serverless Python runtime. And when these big AI models were released, people were looking for a place to run them, and we had like GPUs on the platform to do like small trainings, maybe training an X2 Boost model, like the traditional sense of machine learning. And we had just started like maybe a couple months ago. And like others, we thought, all right, people need a place to run these bigger models, like Stable Diffusion was released, Llama was released a couple months after that. And we thought, OK, maybe serverless GPUs was an emerging trend. Maybe we turn our platform into a serverless GPU platform. But very quickly, we realized instead of serverless GPUs, what people wanted actually is an inference platform. The difference is very subtle, but basically we realize all these people are loading up the same models to the GPUs, and it's very inefficient because they're not being used all the time, and they need to scale up and down. Whereas if we can optimize the inference, create efficiencies with multi-tenancy, and give them like optimized endpoints, it's going to be much better. So instead of going the serverless GPU side, we went with an inference product, and we cared about optimizing inference rather than optimizing GPU infrastructure. So I think that was one really big decision we made. And the second decision is we were a generic inference platform. We decided, OK, we want to focus on image and video. First of all, because we had a technical advantage in the beginning. Some of our earliest customers were using image models at the time. So we decided to double down on that technical advantage. But also, everyone pretended, oh, all AI models is the same market. Same companies will be running all the models. But also, we identified early that the buyers of these models are going to be very different. Therefore, this is going to be a completely different market. So we positioned the company as a generative media platform. It's actually a term we came up with, or it was being used, but we kind of owned it for ourselves. So that positioning was also really, really important in our company journey, and helped us with marketing, helped us with getting like really big people. And now we are trying to associate our brand more with generative media, and I think it's working very well.
Yeah, I think that focus from what I've seen at Fall has been so critical. And meanwhile, a lot of people talk about AI, and they're talking about broader LLMs and otherwise, and so it feels really tempting. And you see a lot of other companies
100%.
trying to be everything to everyone. And I always like to say, I think 60 or 70% of internet traffic is video, and it's quite likely that a good portion of that will be generated, not rendered in the future. And so this incredible focus on optimizing and being the best in this domain has given you such an advantage, and everyone else is only just starting to wake up. Meanwhile, you're have run ahead. So it's like another great startup story of how that focus in what seemed niche early on has really paid off. OK, we only have a couple minutes left before we'll open up for some questions. But there's an elephant in the room, which is that there's a Cursor and Anthropic have such an incredible symbiotic relationship. I think it's been publicly reported that Cursor is at least one of Anthropic's largest customers. Anthropic has really done an incredible job in the code vertical as well, and also has Claude Code. But it's interesting because Anthropic, you have these partners on the infrastructure side like AWS, you have the application side like Cursor. How do you balance competition versus collaboration?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a few answers to this. So on the side of businesses of all sizes use Anthropic as their foundation to their companies or their products, and we act as the electricity or lifeblood of the ecosystem, and we want to partner with companies like Cursor to drive the models forward and push the capabilities of what is actually possible with these models. And so that's how we think about our partnerships there. And then when you look at some of the tools like Claude Code versus IDEs like Cursor, developers use these in complementary ways. And how can we actually continue to build products that developers want and will use alongside each other that continue to push this space forward? At the end of the day, we want to build really strong models to advance forward areas like coding and development. And so that is really what we're focused on. And one of the big things we care a lot about is feedback and partnerships. So Cursor has given us feedback on our models in the coding area and had access to our models before we released them and been able to actually give us feedback to meaningfully improve the user experience on both of our ends.
Yeah, I think if you look at the core mission of the two companies, Anthropic's mission is to build artificial general intelligence that is aligned with human values. And Cursor's mission, or I don't want to be on the record as our one mission, but we're broadly interested in making tools that are as useful as possible to software developers. And I think what we want is to give people the best model, and whenever the models get better, we're very happy because it means Cursor becomes more valuable to our users. And we've been really happy that Claude Sonnet is so good at code, and we're excited for that to continue.
Jacob, you said one thing earlier, which was that when we were talking about usage-based pricing and just value-based pricing, you said a lot of people are getting 2x productivity plus with Cursor. What do you think I should be seeing from our portfolio companies? Should we be seeing 2 times more products developed? Should we be seeing half the headcount? Like, what do you think is the right rule of thumb today?
I think these tools, there are many people who previously didn't write code, and now these models have allowed them to create great products and tools. And there are many other people who are already very experienced at writing code, but these products can accelerate them by helping with the stuff that you maybe didn't want to do before, or just predicting your next edit and saving you some time. And we want to serve both of those demographics. And so I think to pick a single acceleration factor is difficult because it depends where you were previously. And I think compared to many other companies in the space, we very much care about making something that we want to use and that an experienced software developer really enjoys using. So I wouldn't venture a specific number, but I would say that we really want to make tools that help everyone regardless of your experience level, and that you should be seeing substantial gains no matter where you are.
Yeah, and it's hard to measure that productivity, but I imagine at least seeing the continued usage and adoption and the retention piece of it is really critical. Awesome. Well, one last question to bring it totally full circle with that, and then we'll take it to questions from the audience. When speaking of retention and then how all the metrics for AI companies are totally different and the VC frameworks are broken, what metric do you and each of your respective businesses, what do you care about most?
We care about big logos we bring to the platform. That's definitely something we pay attention to. One really interesting thing that's happening is lots of more AI native companies and newer companies are actually spending more than bigger enterprises who are maybe not super sure about putting things into production, but we want more of them. So whenever the models are good enough for them to say yes to a couple of the products that are currently being built, we are there for them. So big logos is one thing we care about. We obviously care about revenue, but we want to make sure it's coming from at least 30 to 35 different companies rather than being concentrated at the top. And retention matters a lot. Like, we care about churn all the time, and we are like doing everything we can to make sure people on the platform are happy, they are growing with us, and if they have spend elsewhere, we want to bring that spend to the platform as well. That's why we are hiring customer success managers, making sure we get a bigger share of their, let's call it, generative media spend.
Wallet share.
Wallet share, yeah.
I think we care the most about making a product that we personally want to use. And obviously, we care about revenue. We care about users as well. I think, revenue is an indicator that maybe lags behind users. And users is an indicator that lags behind of, the fundamental quality of the product and the tool. And so I think the thing we care about most of all is whether we personally want to use it or use a new feature in our day-to-day life.
I know you work on the tab completion model. Is
Yeah.
there a dashboard, number of tabs pressed on the platform that you look at every day?
That's a great question. I think what do you want to optimize tab for is actually one of the most interesting and subtle questions. We definitely track that, but if you make the suggestion longer, maybe that results in fewer suggestions accepted, but more value. It's something we think about a lot.
Yeah. To round it out, we're a research lab at our core, so the thing that we care about most is building LLMs with safety in mind. We're not going to be focused on building flashy products or releasing flashy products. It's how can we move this space forward in a really safe way. And so above all, that is most important for us as a research lab.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for being the building blocks that is paving the way for so many incredible startups and companies across all industries. And so it's awesome to have all three of you. If there are any questions from the audience for Anthropic, Cursor, Fall, we've got some microphones, I think, in the aisles. So please feel free to jump in and ask. Don't be shy. All right. All right, we'll start here in the middle.
Thanks. Hi. I focus on customer revenue, and I'm really interested in how you were talking about go-to-market models and how important retention is. Has it changed then how your teams are thinking about working together to ensure retention? Have you become more customer-centric overall? And are you systematizing what you're doing with your customers after the post-acquisition as well? I'm just sort of curious to hear more about that.
Post-sales.
Yeah. On the Anthropic side, one of the biggest things that I did when I came in was build this feedback mechanism between product and research and sales. And I think that's most important when you think about stickiness, when you think about revenue, especially in the startup space. You all are building around our products. You all are the ones that are adopting the quickest, being able to give the quickest feedback. And so how do you have this really well-oiled machine across the whole company? And how do you scale that out as you grow? We're really fortunate that there are things like Claude that can help make that really easy. But I think above all, that is what is most important, is having your ear to the ground. How are customers using this? What else are they asking for? And making sure that is heard across the whole org. I'm curious if you guys have anything else too.
Yeah, because our market is super young and it's growing really fast, some of the customers that started 6 months ago have increased their spend so much that we care about the new customers who are joining the platform can also do that and make sure we help them to increase their usage. So that's why we're investing a lot on customer success. We try to do weekly or bi-weekly check-ins with customers to see if they have any new product launches coming up that we can help. And we are trying our best to make sure the next product launch happens on our platform as well. So that's something we really care about.
One thing I've seen, maybe just a quick yes or no from all of you, is I've seen for some of our companies a lot of shared Slack channels with their customers. Yeah, I guess unanimous yeses.
I think I have 100, more than 100.
Okay. So if you're not Slack, in a Slack level relationship, texting relationship with your customers, you're probably doing it wrong. All right, thank you so much.
Hi, thank you guys so much. That was a really good talk, and I honestly, just seeing where everything is going, it's really impressive, and that's kind of my heart of my question. So producing content nowadays, and whether it be video, whether it be code, whether it be whatever media platform, is becoming less and less energy. So we're just producing at a massive scale. Putting focus on the review portion of it, how are you guys thinking about reviewing all the content that now we can produce in seconds? Is that something you guys see AI applying again? Do you see that not being an issue because AI will get there? Or do you see another kind of avenue of trying to scale the review of all the content that we can now produce in seconds?
Code reviews, I think.
Yeah, probably the best answer.
Yeah, that's a good question. We have been thinking about how to use AI for code review for a while, and we have some tools currently in beta that we're pretty excited about. And this is something that I think is really indexed to how good and how precise the models are, because the biggest problem here is false positives, and you don't want something that flags things as problems when they aren't problems. But we have that in beta, and we think it's quite promising. And then as far as generalized review for like safety guidelines and so on, that is something that I think AI is also extremely well equipped for and helps a lot with. And Anthropic also cares a lot about this.
Yeah, cool.
All right, one question here.
Yeah, I'm curious, in the case of Anthropic, where you're talking about growing from 200 people to 1,500 people really quickly, when you're scaling that fast, how do you make hiring decisions around where are we going to add headcount versus maybe where are we going to automate some functions? I'd just love to hear about how you balance that when you're growing so fast.
Yeah, you iterate quickly is the short answer. It's extremely hard because back to the whole idea where models are really, it's how good are the models getting and how good are they getting for each function. And so that really drives a lot of the hiring decisions. But I think at the end of the day, AI is really powerful, and it's really helping augment people's day-to-day and workflows, but humans are still in the driver's seat. And so this can continue to evolve and change, and we've gone through really rapid growth in the past year. But we definitely want to continue to be more thoughtful about how are we hiring, what roles can you really augment, and how can you just be more and more productive. And so there's not a fantastic answer that I could give you this just silver bullet, but I think you have to be willing to be agile and really just be willing to kind of think through exactly what is most important at any given time, knowing that it might change tomorrow.
One quick follow-up for Gorkum and for Jacob on that. At this stage, what roles have you found the hardest to hire for? Maybe that's also a sense of
leadership roles, I would say, is always the hardest to hire. It's especially hard for us now because we came all the way here with almost no function leaders, and the early team, because it was so small, feels a lot of ownership to the product and what we built. So it is going to be really hard to bring an outsider to the existing team and making sure the dynamics are right. So we are being extremely careful about bringing external leadership inside the core team that we built so far. Yeah.
Is it the same for you, or similar?
Cool. Not sure,
All right, one more question. Or maybe probably have two more questions. Don't worry. Yes, I see the yes.
Hey guys, so first of all, thanks for the great panel. I have a question. So we have a no-code page building solution. And now we built our own AI builder, and it produces pages, and we use Anthropic for it. Now I'm wondering, so as you were telling about this nice cooperation that you have with Cursor, is there any way how we can get more deeper partnership and connection as we're really trying to explore the maximum capacity of what the current model is able to achieve? And by the way, we use Cursor a lot also, so
yeah, this is true, and we're really trying to think through this. I mean, like I said, a year ago, we were less than 10 people, and now we're 130. So we're trying to grow to be able to provide partnerships with people like this. Get in contact with our sales team. We're more than happy to help. We have a contact sales It's a little bit buried in the website, but it is there, and we're more than happy to help. And we care a lot about partnerships. We want to build with companies. We want to build with startups. We want to know where you want to push the boundaries of what's possible. So get in contact, please.
Okay, so contact at sales. And maybe for Cursor and for Fall, if folks want to build or use your products, build on your products, where should they, other than just going to your site, is there a contact page or an email or anything?
Sales@fall.ai. Email.
Sales@fall.ai.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, so really good talk. Really enjoyed it. I had a question about bias in data and AI. Really impressed with Anthropic's goal of creating safe models. And I've read about examples like, for instance, in healthcare where AI is trained on data that's already biased towards certain results. Is there a way to circumnavigate that and continue to improve those models to not produce those results?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm definitely not the expert here. We have a whole team that is focused on this, but I do recommend taking a look at, we have constitutional AI, which is this framework we've built to make sure that our models are aligned with human values. And so that is going to be a great resource for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. It was great to be here. And thank you to our panelists, most of all.
CEO and founder SaaStr, Jason Lemkin. Please welcome to the stage CEO and founder Calendly, Tope Awatana.
Thanks for being here. Or elbow shake, or
yes,
so good? Yeah. Tope's a little
me.
under the weather, but still came, so pretty nice of him, right?
I feel a lot better seeing all of these people.
All right. Raise your hand if you use Calendly. Everybody, right? We're going to mostly just do an AMA. Do we have questions? I'll ask 3 or 4 questions to get it going, but then let's spend our time with some questions. But actually curious, we didn't chat about it before. Do you measure ubiquity? We had Drew Houston here on day 1, right? And he has 18.2 million paid customers now. But you know what it turns out? That's the whole world for him. Like, it was crazy. And then it's 18.2 because he literally has maxed out the global market share for what he has. Do you ever think about, because Calendly's a little bit like that in that everybody uses it, right? Is there some magical number of knowledge workers that Calendly today can access? And do you have all of them?
We definitely do not have all of them. So if you have family members out there, friends, whoever, please tell them to sign up ASAP. We do think a lot about that, but I think maybe like I said, I think the short answer is we have a lot more to go. But we think of our ideal customers as people in external-facing roles. So these are people who are typically performing activities, sales activities or customer success activities or recruiting activities. And globally, that looks like 25% of typically about 25% of the headcount in a business is doing those activities. And if you say you have 1 billion knowledge workers globally, and today we have something like we have less than that as paid customers. I'll put it that way. So we feel like we have a lot more room to go.
How many? Just because it's fun. Sorry. Everyone defines the world of knowledge workers a little bit differently. How many did you say there are in your calculation?
1 billion.
A billion.
Some of the numbers I've seen have said 1 billion.
How many folks have used Calendly once of that billion? Do you happen to know? I bet it's a lot. Right?
About probably, it's in the double digits of that.
Double digits. So double digits of the entire world, not just the U.S., have used Calendly at some point, right?
I mean, and maybe the caveat is the best way we can determine that is email addresses. So we don't really know we have approximations of how many of those are unique people.
Yeah.
But a few 100 million unique people have used a product by now.
And then my learning, I'm still a student, right, as you know, from SaaStr, but my meta-learning is you get some resistance, some headwinds to viral loops when you get into the double digits. Like I used to think it was higher, right? But sometimes even as you get into the teens, I mean, you have teens of the world have used Calendly. Because Calendly is one of the greatest PLG success stories there is. It just gets incrementally harder at some point. Have you seen that you got to get smarter and better at the loops at this scale?
Absolutely. So one of the things we measure is we look at the rate of, for X amount, what is the ratio of meetings that convert into signups? Or really actually...
That's a top lighthouse metric, meetings to signups,
Meetings to signups, and then we look at, not only that, we look at signups to activation. And for us, activation is you've scheduled 5 or more meetings. And we have seen...
Takes 5 as a recipient. I use Calendly on average 5 times to become
I've shared 5 people have scheduled with me.
Yes.
Yeah, so I sign up for the product.
Yep.
I start using it I start sending my links to people to schedule with me.
Yeah.
And 5 people have scheduled with me is what we define as activated.
I got it.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
I mean, you could use a lower number, but we feel like 5 is you've built a repeatable habit, and you've derived some value from the product.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, what was your question?
Oh, does the virality at your scale get any harder? Whatever the coefficient is of the conversion, or have you not hit that yet at this scale?
Well, we've definitely seen you see those conversion rates decline, but the good thing is the top line, the denominator is getting bigger.
Yeah.
So that compensates a little bit for that degradation in that conversion rate.
Got it. And then we'll take some questions just to ground it and just to give folks a sense of, because everyone uses Calendly, right? how much roughly of your user base is like sales and revenue related, and how much is like businessy enterprise versus like self-serve and self procurement?
Yeah. So about so you said self-serve versus enterprise.
Yeah,
right?
and then like sales GTM versus everything else. Meeting with my gardener, all the other things you could do with Calendly, right?
So it has evolved a lot during the course of our business, but today about 90% of our revenue is self-serve.
Still 90% today.
About 90% today. So they come in, they don't talk to a human. The product does the work of, they sign up, converting them, nurturing them, expanding them, et cetera, et cetera. And then about 10% of our revenue is sales-led. But even with the sales-led portion of our revenue, they typically start with using the product in a self-serve way. Right? So they've used the product in a self-serve way, and maybe I have one person, you take one of our largest, maybe I can tell the story of one of our largest customers. It's a large financial services organization, and they do about $1 million in revenue with us. And the way they started using the product, the way it grew to $1 million customer with us is you had a few people in the company using it. They loved it, and then they decided that they wanted to expand their usage of the product. And so it became, procurement got involved, IT got involved, they did a long evaluation, a lot of contracting, blah, 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 blah. And I think the entire sales, that expansion sales cycle probably actually took us 6 or 8 months or something like that. But
6 or 8 months to a 7-figure deal, or 6 or 8 months to the first deal at your big?
6 or 8 months from we had some small footprint in the company, and I forget exactly. Let's say it was sub $20,000.
Yeah.
To it expanded to $1 million, to a 7-figure.
It's fast, actually. That's fast. Yeah.
Yeah, but well, in our world, that's a long time.
But and you said when we were catching up before, 90 now it ties 90-10. That the sales team's pretty tiny today, right?
The sales team is pretty tiny today. Yeah, sorry, I never did finish that point.
Yeah.
So there have been a lot of different evolutions in our business. I think one of the most difficult things to get to balance in a hybrid PLG motion, in a hybrid go-to-market motion, is the balance between self-serve and enterprise. And at different points in our business, we've made both of the classic mistakes. And one of the mistakes we made is that as we saw, we started a self-serve, and we saw that there were some teams that just needed a little bit of a consultative process. And if you engage in that consultative process, they would expand and become larger customers. Well, we ended up staffing a sales team, and fast forward to 2020 was the growth at all cost era. We expanded that sales team greatly, and sure enough, revenue grew. The number of accounts over 100K in revenue also grew. But what we found was that our customer acquisition cost, the growth in our customer acquisition cost outpaced the incremental revenue growth. Right? And so essentially what was happening is, yes, we were driving some incremental revenue.
Yeah.
But more than anything else, the enterprise business was just really cannibalizing the PLG business.
Well, that's interesting. But maybe I'm getting the lesson wrong. The idea that it would be more expensive than anticipated, right? I get. But it was cannibalizing it because they were stealing the self-serve customers?
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, they weren't deliberately stealing the self-serve customers, but so part of what we did to feed the sales team is we relaxed the qualification rules around. So if you raise your hand and said, I wanted to talk to a salesperson, we relaxed the rules for letting you talk to the salesperson.
I see.
And so, and what we would see is that revenue would go on to convert, but it turns out that if we just let them self-serve, a lot of them would have
I see you would get the same revenue.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So in fact, maybe it was worse because you add time to the deal and friction to the deal by talking to a human,
exactly.
right? Yeah.
Exactly. But the flip side of that is there are companies like that $1 million revenue company that would have never converted if we didn't have a sales team. So at other times in our history, we left a lot of money on the table because we didn't staff that team appropriately. So it's a very, very tricky balance. But what I would recommend to founders and CEOs kind of thinking about this hybrid motion is be incredibly analytical, do a lot of testing. At the time we were going through these changes, I thought we were very analytical ourselves. But as I think about it, there's a lot more analysis we could have done. There's a lot more testing we could have done. Having holdout groups, and when we ended up doing them, it was pretty eye-popping, some of the things that we saw. So I would just encourage folks to think about that as they consider a hybrid motion.
Yeah, let's take some questions in a second. Folks, feel free to come up. But this is ultimately, it's funny. It's a good story because everyone, I mean, listen, having the kind of viral base that you have, we can call it PLG, we can call it whatever, it's a blessing, right? I mean, it's the best thing in the world. But I find almost every founder gets the ratio of enterprise to bolt-on wrong, right? And even when they crush it, when they have this profitable business, you look back and you're like, man, if I just had a couple more great salespeople, right? I was literally with a startup I was lucky enough to be the first investor in, almost, which I don't do pre-revenue, and they're coming up on 50 million. And they're 80% self-serve, 20% sales. But really, it's kind of like your story. When you really look back, it's higher self-serve, right? Because they're really they onboard, they use the app, and they're growing 100% at 50 million. Yeah. But then we looked at the data at the beginning there, like, and then I got this update, oh, we lost these 3 deals. I'm like, well, what if you'd had, they have 2 salespeople. Yeah. So you kind of like, they love it because they are profitable at 50 million, they have 60 million in the bank they don't have to touch, but you realize you inevitably left money on the table, right? But you push it too far, you damage the PLG side, right? You make the product crappier in some ways, right? I don't know, you never get it right?
Yeah, we made all those mistakes, and I've learned a lot also from my peers, right? Yeah. So, there's a cohort of companies in which we all came up together, and they've all made this mistake. So, misery loves company, so we commiserate a lot about things.
But just get the best data. Get it in Snowflake, get everything, right? Because I guess your relearning lesson to be sometimes the superficial look at the data is wrong. Yeah. Right? And it looked like it was working, but then you looked at what was happening. You were just transferring self-serve deals to the sales team. Yeah. It wasn't working like the high-level metrics.
But right? Fast forward to now, like our sales teams crushing their numbers like they've never done better. Fast forward to when we sort of well, there's also the part of it like, well, if everyone's making your number, maybe your quotas are too low. Yeah. But anyway, like we could talk about that all day.
There's a funny story. I do want to take the question, but I was talking with the founder here that I know at 20 million ARR. And they did this first analysis in Salesforce. How are my sales reps doing, right? And he looked at the top sales reps. And it's very SMB, like 6K deal. Looked at these are the best reps. But then he put the data in Snowflake, and we'll have the CEO of Snowflake here at 1. Come to that one. And he's like, okay, well, let me compare that to churn. And he found out the very best sales reps in his SMB motion had the highest churn because they were shoving deals down the pipe. And so actually none of the best reps were his best reps. Measured with cohort analysis because they were closing customers they shouldn't have, right, to get the deal. So it was just going next level on the data. All of a sudden, who his top reps were not the reps that he thought he had. But anyhow, you had a question here? Kick it off? Yeah. There might be a mic here if you can try it, or else just shout. You're all among friends.
Yeah, not working.
No working.
Is it? Yes.
Yeah,
no. Awesome. This one's not marketing or sales related, but maybe also fits in here. Big fan of your tool. It's very usable, and I think a lot of the value comes from all of the integrations that you have and the rich API. You can do almost anything with it, but there's one single thing that you can't do actually, which is automatically or programmatically creating events in Calendly. And I'm really wondering why, because I think it would be so cool to also do that.
I was expecting a lot of things. I was not expecting a feature request.
You might get a lot. This is an engaged audience.
But I love it. I love it. So send me an email. I'm actually very serious. So we are, for many different reasons, we haven't exposed that API, but we are in the process of exposing that API. We are working with a few companies to give them early access to that. And there are a lot of different use cases. Some of those use cases are people want, in this AI world, people want agents to be able to schedule, and their whatever. Point is, if you send me an email, we might be able to get you early access to that.
Awesome, thank you. Where can I reach you?
Tope@calendly.com.
Thank you.
All the AI email sales rep seems to know that email, so I don't mind giving it out.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, the amount of agents that want to schedule Calendly is it's gonna be a lot in a year.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a lot in a year, right?
Yeah, I think that I know obviously we want to serve that use case. I think we have to be able to do that in a way that still allows people to. We want to make. We want the integrity of the platform matters a lot to us. So we want to make sure people are getting meetings from people who they want to get meetings from and nobody else. So I think that's what we're trying to balance. But yeah, we would love to serve that use case.
Yeah, you're gonna that MCP everything. You may be the quiet use case of what agents can do early, right? We'll see. But yeah.
Hi, so thanks for all the information. I have a question. So we have a no-code page building platform and basically also like a self-service platform, PLG motion, right? And I would be very interested if you could maybe explain a little bit, when you were going the sales motion, how did you think about pricing it compared to because it's a low, like also low barrier entry currently, right? About pricing it, and also from a feature perspective, how did you differentiate it for the sales motion, or did you at all?
Yeah. I mean, so the question you're asking is actually that's been one of the most difficult things about establishing that sales motion. Because part of what happened as we stood up the sales team is that we could not, it took us a long time to really predictably figure out to figure with a high degree of confidence what types of leads would lead to large deal sizes, as opposed to those that would remain small deal sizes, and so you were better off kind of putting them letting them self-serve. Initially, we kept the price in. We didn't really discriminate the pricing between self-serve and enterprise, but what we did find was that the needs of the customers that wanted to go through the sales process and required a consultative sales process, they typically had, let's think about what are some of the reasons why they wanted to talk to a salesperson. It is because they had a large number of people within their company that wanted to use the product, and so they needed help with change management. They needed us to integrate with a number of different tools in their product, and so what that meant was typically we were selling a lot more seats to those customers, and also they were going to be on the higher plan. And so we more or less just try to focus on the fact that I guess maybe the criteria we ended up looking at is we just, like I said earlier, 25, we know that in a typical company, 25% of the headcount is in external facing roles. And so what we essentially use the size of the company to approximate what we think the total opportunities is within that account. And that's really how we determine, maybe I'm sharing too much about how we route deals between self-serve and to the sales team. So that's really the metric that we use to determine, because we see a correlation between company size and total opportunity within an account. That's initially how we did it. And then over time, we introduced an enterprise plan, which is only sold through the sales channel. But our sales team today sells not only the enterprise SKU, they sell self-serve SKUs as well.
Great, thanks for the information. By the way, a lot of people use Calendly because we're German-based, and Germans love Calendly, so we have a huge amount of Calendly users.
Oh, thank you. I love Germany too.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Is at your scale, when you have a silo that comes in, like the example, are you still seen as a rogue app by IT, or is your brand so strong that this idea of being a rogue app or out-of-bounds app in the enterprise, is it a non-issue? Is it faded away, or is it still an issue?
It varies by industry.
Yeah.
So if you get into the highly regulated industries, financial services, healthcare, there are some that initially perceive us as kind of being a rogue app. And so we have to go through security, very, rigorous security reviews and things like that. But outside of those heavily regulated industries, we don't really get that as much as we used to.
Yeah, as much as you used to.
Yeah.
So how do you kind of see free competition, like Google's adding their calendar system and stuff like that? We have a competitor that is giving everything away for free, funded by Bloomberg. So how do you kind of see that? Because I see with Zoom, there's less and less Zoom kind of now. It's all Teams and Google Meet as those integrate platforms. So how do you deal with that kind of competition? Or how do you see that competition, and how do you compete with it?
Sure. So I don't think I fully heard the question, but I think I caught the gist of it. So your question is, how do I view competition?
Free competition from the platforms like Google and Google and Microsoft adding that functionality into their platforms, because I see less and less Zoom meetings going on these days, more and more Teams and Meet. So I can see the similar thing happening with calendar bookings.
Yeah, so I think on the surface, scheduling looks like a one-size-fits-all problem, right? The scheduling needs of of a teacher are the same as a sales rep. At least on the surface, it seems like that. But as you dig a little bit deeper, I think what you begin to realize is that the needs of external-facing teams are very, very different from internal-facing professionals, or even, especially sales teams, for example, right? So it ends up looking like the scheduling needs end up sort of divergent by function and by role. And what we've done is really focus on people who are in external-facing roles, and that's how we end up winning. So there are people who once used Calendly, who maybe now use Google Calendar, but there's just as many who were using Calendly and still use Calendly because of one of the comments that he made earlier, the breadth of our integrations. So being able to integrate into everything in your customer-facing stack ends up meaning that Calendly is not just a scheduling product for you. It is part of a very important process, like how you acquire customers. You can measure it, you can track it, you can optimize for a very specific business outcome as opposed to just purely productivity and efficiency. In a nutshell.
Does it ever? Maybe it doesn't happen with Calendly, but sometimes when folks in the industry roll out like a simple low-end clone of some functionality, it actually ends up helping you because folks they outstrip the capabilities of the piece that's built in, right? Maybe I try. I mean, everyone uses Calendly, so maybe it's the wrong question. But sometimes when you see these competitors, they're a little bit stressful. But then when people need a superset of the functionality, going to your point, it doesn't really hurt you very much, right? Because they use the little one and then they bounce back to you when they need more functionality.
Yeah. You're exactly right. Like, I was talking to a customer a month or two ago, and at some point they churned. They churned sometime in the past year, and then they came back. And one of the things I learned from that customer about why they came back is, for them, they don't view Calendly as just a scheduling tool. They look at it as part of their marketing stack and their customer acquisition stack. And so what does that mean? Calendly is one of the first things that a new customer sees when they come into their funnel. So it needs to be incredibly professional. It needs to be super reliable.
Yeah.
And it needs to plug into all these other things. So when somebody schedules with me, it needs to go into my email nurture campaign because that's how I acquire customers, right? So those are some of the reasons why they ended up coming back is like, it needs to be super professional, it needs to be super reliable, it needs to plug into all these other workflows that I use to make sure that that people that come in through my funnel get converted as fast as possible and at the highest rate possible.
Did you see, just a related question, this really hit Gong for a while, but then they powered through it, was that vendor consolidation hurt them.
Yeah.
What Gong would hear, and their head of sales worked for me back in the day, they would hear, when things got a little more challenging, they would hear, we love Gong. I mean, people love Gong, they love Calendly. We love it, but my CAO said, we got to use what's built into SalesLoft, okay? Not the same for Calendly, but overall, folks are still trying to manage the number of applications. Has it impacted you at all, or you don't see at all this consolidation stuff?
Well, I mean, I think if I sat up here and told you it didn't affect us, I'd be lying. You should question everything else I said if I.
Well, every app. I mean, there's a different story for every ecosystem, right?
Yeah, but again, I think it has definitely affected us because I think people are scrutinizing the ROI of every single product in their stack to a greater degree than they did a few years ago. But again, I think it comes down to being. Being really crystal clear about why we win and continue to double down on the things, on those things, on those differentiators. That's been the story for us.
Good. Yeah.
Hi, I was wondering how do you approach the different needs of PLG and enterprise customers? I believe that you do have like different go-to-marketing teams, but regarding of product and strategy, do you kind of separate and segment this? Do you have like different product teams and different strategy of developing and tackling the needs of these customers?
Yeah. I laugh because we've tackled it in a number of different ways. And I think there have been pros and cons to all the different ways in which we've approached it. But maybe I'll start from the beginning. So I described this thing where initially we were just purely self-serve, and we noticed that some customers wanted us to require a consultative process. We were resistant initially because we were like, hey, this product is simple enough. You should just be able to self-serve. Eventually, we ended up experimenting and staffing a team around it. Well, the reason that we did the reason we lean into that motion is because we observed that those customers who came in through the sales process had just very, very different retention mechanism qualities. They also had very, very different NDR qualities. They expanded it a lot further. So that was the first observation. And then because we saw all those things, we realized we could spend more to acquire those customers. And we also decided that we wanted to acquire more of those customers. And so we started to lean in more into their product requirements. And that happened maybe 3-4 years in. So initially, we didn't necessarily have a dedicated team that served that. We just started building more of their integration. So for us, that happened to be sales teams. So what do? We built a Salesforce integration. We built round-robin scheduling. We built a number of things that were specific to that. Over time, we then distributed that into, into sort of looking at Calendly as, well, they're sort of like some, these are the general kind of like buckets of capabilities that our customers want. They want integrations. They want very specific workflows. They want very specific analytics. They want very specific sort of like qualification meeting rules for who gets a meeting, who doesn't get a meeting. And then maybe to answer your question, probably the most permanent design that we've had is really organizing the team by those different capabilities and then having them own those problems for individuals all the way through enterprise. Again, we've tried a number of different ones, but that's probably the longest design that we've had.
Thank you.
So sometimes, because this is an issue everyone has, right? If your ratio is like 90-10 today in terms of your revenue split, like more SMB and PLG versus enterprise, if I got that right.
Yeah. From a new revenue standpoint.
From new revenue.
Yeah.
Do you try to allocate story points and product and engineering 90-10? Do you wing it? Do you do more on enterprise because it's noisier and needier, right? Maybe at 90-10, the enterprise just has to get what it gets. But do you think about the ratio between the two at the product and engineering?
That's also changed a lot over the course of the company's history. So initially, it was probably more, it was 90-10, right? Very sort of like symmetric. I would say maybe from 2020 to 2020 onwards, we made that asymmetric. So we allocated a lot more to that enterprise than we did PLG. Fast forward to now, it is probably, I don't know if I want to reveal the number.
Swung back.
I don't want anyone to feel sort of like
the pendulum, but the pendulum is maybe swung back a little bit. Yeah. I gotcha.
I think it also kind of varies by what we think. We look at sort of like the maturity of the product for those different cohorts, and really look at we hit a point of diminishing returns in certain domains of the product versus others.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting. And let's take another question. It's just. If 90, well, it's not 90-10 today, but when you have such a big PLG base, that naturally gets attention. But as you go more up market, they need security. They need other integrations that you didn't even know you had to do a ServiceNow integration, and then stuff you didn't know you needed Viva, and like every $1 million deal could consume all your dev time.
For sure.
Right. But when you have such a strong base, you almost as a CEO, you have to drive those a little bit, right? Those decisions.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things I should mention is that we are expanding into a multi-product company, right? And as we do that, we do intend to have different strategies and different allocations per product line, right? So scheduling, for example, will be very, very different from the next thing that we do, like in terms of the allocation between call it SMB and PLG versus SLG.
All right, that's a story for the next SaaStr.
Yeah.
Hi. So thank you for the talk. I have a question on. So what are your thoughts on Calendly's current paying ratio? I don't know if that's being reviewed, and just your overall thoughts on the future premium model for those Calendly users who just never pay. Like, what are the future strategy, or you just kind of keep them in the overall user base even though they're not paying, and then they're just ServX free users?
I'm sorry. So I'm not sure I heard the question, but what is our strategy for converting free users or retaining free users?
And the current freemium model. What are thoughts about it?
And I like the second half, which I think you asked, which is how do you think about your frees? Like how valuable are your free frees to you today at scale?
Yeah, so we we love our free users, and we're happy for our users to be free. Like the way we view it is like the first level of value is you use our product in any capacity. We don't care if you use it for free or you pay. And then the next level of value is you use it and you pay for it.
Yeah.
Because in our world, even free users have an LTV associated with them, right? Because the number one, we spend almost $0 on, well, we have headcount in marketing, but we have almost $0 in marketing campaigns, right? So it's all being driven by the activity of the users on the platform.
Yeah, frees your marketing team.
Yes,
right?
exactly. So we're happy we're happy for people to use the product for free.
Are there I know every quarter has been perfect at Calendly since inception.
Perfect.
But at moments when there's been stress, have folks on the revenue team, product team, or others wanted to tighten that, wanted to like take some away from free, tighten the funnel, and have you had to fight that battle, or how have you approached when that not everyone's the champion of the free?
Yeah, so everyone is not. So I think if you talk to a sales rep at Calendly, their number one competition is not any of the competitors that they mentioned. It's the free.
They don't love the free version, dude. The sales team doesn't love it, right?
Yeah. So by now we've done a number of pricing and packaging engagements, which I think was another question that came up. And the recommendation they all make is like limit the the features that you give on the free plan, and we've resisted that.
Yeah, lock it down. Just give them 2 weeks, Tope. No unlimited.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's slow it down,
so
right?
I would say besides, the first time we put up a paywall was in 2014.
Okay.
Besides then, I don't think we've ever taken anything away from the free plan. Yeah, I think we've all.
I love it.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever taken anything away from the free plan. We've only made the free plan more generous. I'm sure somebody will test my memory, but I'm pretty sure we've never taken anything away from the free plan since 2014.
Yeah. Whenever I'm like seeing a board meeting or management team, I'm okay if like the sales team wants to tighten it, but when it becomes a vibe of the company, I just get worried. I get worried, right?
It's very short-sighted. Yeah, like
very short-sighted.
I mean, long story short, like our approach generally is to add more value to the paid plans as opposed to remove value from the free plan.
Yeah, that's good. All right, let's try to take maybe 2 more questions, then we'll wrap it up.
Hey, thank you, Tope, for sharing the model mistakes. That's very helpful people in the similar situation. My quick question is about AI application with Calendly. Actually, I'm a regular user of Calendly, but haven't yet seen much of interaction with the AI so far. So I want to understand about your understanding about how AI is reshaping your industry, like Cursor is shaping coding, right? So what's your plan like towards how Calendly integrate more AI to boost the productivity in the process? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So, I think just like every productivity, or just really like any software application, AI is is both an opportunity and a threat. And I mentioned one example earlier of how we are, preparing for a world in which more scheduling is done by AI agents. We want to be able to support that. That's in the works. We have a product that's an AI product that's in private beta right now that we're rolling out to a lot more people. Maybe we'll get to rolling out to you pretty soon, and you'll see what we're talking about. So that's another thing that we are working on. Yet another thing that we're working on in general, thinking about in general, is like today Calendly is really, really good at scheduling meetings with people you tell it to schedule, right? So if you tell us, hey, people who come to my website and match this, criteria, I want you to schedule with them. We will do that for you very well. What we're not good at today, what we don't really do much of, is like helping you think about who you should be meeting with that you haven't already told us to meet with. So we're working on that. And I think towards the end of the year, you'll see us, make some initial releases around that. But what we hear from our customers is like there's a person you spoke to, last week or today, and you say we're going to follow up in 3 months, and then you both forget to do anything about it in 3 months. We want to make sure those meetings happen. So you'll see us take a stab at that later this year.
I love it. I'm super passionate about the AI helping you take the next steps that you otherwise forget to do, right? It's epic, right?
Yeah, and selfishly, I'm also looking forward to it because I forget a lot of things these days.
Forget it too. I'm looking forward. All right, I think we're done. I think we're over. But everybody, let's give Tope a big hand. Thank you very much. And next time he's here, we'll see the whole AI suite, multi-product strategy. It'll be a brand new Calendly. So Thanks, everybody.
Thanks to you all. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the stage Vice President of Marketing, Network Security, Palo Alto Networks, Navneet Singh.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. Thank you for your time during this lunch hour. I've presented this presentation at a couple other conferences, and just the energy, the vibe in this conference is different. It's so exciting to be with people who are from startups, also some large companies. Really exciting to see people who want to take their companies to the next stage. So I'm going to be talking about AI in marketing. Oh. Oops. I'm going to be talking about AI in marketing. And you might be in a startup that really wants to scale their marketing and content marketing to the next level. Or you might be in a larger organization, maybe a larger startup or a public company that wants to scale the amount of marketing people that you have and really produce impactful content. It is possible for you to really create, revolutionize messaging and creativity using AI. And many times people say, you know, AI hallucinates or it produces generic content. I'm here to tell you the tips and techniques that you can use to make sure that AI produces awesome content that resonates with your audience. And you will leave with those very specific tips and techniques that you can use. Let's get started. Anybody can tell me what the relationship of AI to this slide might be? That's usually the first response I get, made by AI. Anybody else? So let me tell you, when I was preparing for this presentation, I talked to several users, because I didn't want to just talk to you about what I have learned using AI. I wanted to present to you people, how they're using AI. I'll call them AI power users. So I asked them, I'm going to present to this conference, what tips and techniques do you have? So I'll share all of them. One of the interesting questions that I asked them is that if AI was a character, what would that character be to you? What comes to mind? The strategy person said that AI for me is like the genie. It's really powerful, but it really needs the Aladdin to tell it what to do and how to use the powers in a good way. When I talked to the PMM leader, a product marketing leader, he said that AI for him is like a thought partner. It's like the character portrayed by Robin Williams in the movie Dead Poets Society. It's set in 1950s in a boarding school. He's a teacher and really motivates his students to think out of the box And that's the kind of thought partner that AI is for this PMM person. When I talked to the web leader, she said that AI for her is like the Joker. He's a really complex character, fantastic actor, can carry the movie on his own, and can win Oscars. But at the end of the day, you don't know what's going on in Joker's mind. So you really need Batman at the end of the day to save the day. Right? So those are the kinds of inputs that I got from these users, and these are power users. So what you will learn is all the tips and techniques that I learned from them, that I have used at Palo Alto Networks. And then I will also, in the process, hopefully I'll be able to broaden your horizons on what AI can do for you. And why should you listen to somebody from cybersecurity? The reason is because cybersecurity is one of the top 3 industries in terms of innovation. We always have to stay a step ahead of attackers. Attackers are using cutting-edge technologies like AI and cloud, and in the future, quantum computing. And so we always need to be innovative to stay a step ahead of them. And we actually at Palo Alto Networks have been using AI for the last 10+ years to not only protect our customers, identify threats, which is today is like finding a needle in a stack of needles where the shape and the form of the needles is changing. We also use AI to radically simplify cybersecurity. So we introduced Copilot so that anybody can simply interact with the cybersecurity systems. By using this, we really hope that we can address the 4 million job cybersecurity skills shortage that we have in the industry. So broadening from cybersecurity, if we talk about usage of AI in general in the industry, 3/4 of marketers use AI to automate, enhance, and improve content. And why not? Because it leads to up to 40% improvement in the quality and productivity of content. And 3/4 of content marketers use AI today. So let me talk about how these AI power users used AI. Everybody had a different use case. When I talked to the head of strategy, this person really was at Palo Alto Networks. So what we did was November 2022, when ChatGPT was released, just a few months after that, our CEO said that all of us need to learn about AI. He called a meeting with all the leadership team, VPs and above, and he said, let's bring people from the industry, people who worked on IBM Watson, people who have worked on Google Gemini, people like you working on startups using AI. So we learned from them, and then head of strategy actually asked every functional leader, like IT and HR and PMMs, to use AI in different use cases and then present to the company. What use cases have you used AI for? The PMM leader said that for him, really what drives him to use AI is because he's not able to get started. For any idea to get started, he uses AI, and then it gets the ball rolling, and he is able to complete the project. This is me. I'm slightly different. So for me, I know my customer the best. I have talked to my customers multiples of times, multiple different types of customers. I know the message better than AI. So I write the first draft. And then I can use AI to improve it. So that's why I can use most awful language in writing the first draft, but AI can improve it. The web team uses AI for image and content generation, and our head of AI uses it for really experimenting with Sora, Open Diffusion, and so on. So when I talk to different users, they said, in order to get the most out of AI, you really need to master the prompt. And when you talk about the prompt, it's really part art and part science. The science part of it can be boiled down to a framework. And there are many different frameworks you can use for prompt. And the framework that bubbled to the top was this framework. It's Risen for all the AI power users. I'll explain what this framework is. It has 5 parts. Each letter starts for a part of the framework. R is for role, and I'll give you a couple of examples so that you can use this framework today if you want to create content that's really impactful. So R is for role. For example, you could say, you are a very experienced copywriter who has 5 years of experience in writing engaging web copy. As you can be as detailed as possible, and the more specific you are, the better outcome you will get. Instructions is to tell it what instructions it should follow. For example, you should say, create copy for a new water bottle that I'm introducing, which fulfills the needs of hikers that go on long hikes, and it's eco-friendly. Steps is to really tell it what steps it should follow. For example, start with the features of the water bottle, then talk about the eco-friendliness, and then end by talking about what customer benefits it has. Expectation, this is usually missed in any prompt. Expectation, you have to specify, for example, the expectation is by reading this article, the customer should be engaging with you, should try to learn more about the water bottle. And narrowing is to set parameters. For example, you could say, I want you to write this copy in 200 words. So let me give you some examples of how this was used in business situations. This example comes from somebody who works in a collaboration company. So the person is trying to write, give me pain points for a marketing leader in a software company. So typically, if I were asked to create a prompt, that's the prompt I would create. Hey, Gemini or ChatGPT, give me pain points for a marketing leader in a software company. That would give you a certain type of content output. Now, see the content output that you will get by using the prompt framework that I just laid out. So the first one is role, right? So the role would be, you're a consultant with 20+ years of experience in innovation and customer research. You have a deep expertise in jobs to be researched, as defined by Tony Elwick. So see how detailed this person is, how specific it is. Tony Elwick is a person who wrote a Harvard Business Review article on turning customer innovation or customer input into innovation. And he has created a framework called Jobs to be Done. So this person is telling AI that you have a deep expertise in jobs to be done or jobs to be researched, as defined by Tony Elwick. Then she says, I'll provide you with a customer persona, and you will help me discover their jobs to be done, their pain points, and buying influence. Right? So this is very different from saying, ChatGPT, tell me the pain points of a marketer in a software company. So this is role. Second would be instructions, right? Risen framework, R-I-S-E-N. So you may not use all the 5 steps. So in this case, I'm going to use only 3 steps. So role, instructions, let's focus on the following persona, a marketing leader in mid-sized software development companies. And the third is steps. So see how detailed the steps are. The steps are, share your output with the role, the jobs to be done, as defined by Tony Elwick. Use this syntax. Write the pain points, frustrations, budget categories, and who else is involved in purchasing decisions. Right? The output that you are going to get is going to be a magnitude higher in terms of quality compared to a simple prompt which says, tell me the pain points of this persona. Let me give you another example. This example comes from Lisa Adams, who is one of the top 50 CMOs to watch last year. So she uses the example of applying AI to create relevant content driven by customer data and insights. So many times, when I talk to even my own team, they say that AI creates very generic content. AI hallucinates. If you use AI to create content, it looks like everybody else's content. The reason why that happens is because you're not using the right prompt. You're not giving it the right information. So let me show you how to actually use the right information, give it the right prompt, give it the right information so that it creates output that does not look like it's generated by AI, that does not feel and sound like any other company. So this is, it'll be a little bit difficult for you to read, but I'll read through it so that you can follow along. So she is saying to AI, you are an exceptional B2B SaaS marketer. you are skilled at deeply understanding the market and deriving key insights to guide content creation. So see how detailed she is in terms of defining the persona of ChatGPT or Gemini. You're hyper-focused on ensuring that your content resonates and empathizes with your target customers, and that you use their natural language. So here, what it's saying is, the attached PDF includes reviews from 2023 to now of all the users who have used Asana. So she is giving all the user reviews of who have used Asana to ChatGPT and saying, this is your learning. Learn from this. And it says, based on these reviews only, please infer natural language, top of funnel, mid funnel, bottom of funnel inquiries. So she's saying, here are the reviews. Use this language, which has been used by these users. Don't invent new language, right? So she's saying, please make sure that you use the actual words that the reviewers used in their reviews. Do not paraphrase or make up words, right? So she's saying, giving very explicit instructions to ChatGPT. And please think about this step by step. This is interesting. Take a deep breath. There is no need to rush. I have full confidence in you. Do you have any questions before you start? So how many times have we treated AI like a human? How many times have we asked, do you have any questions before we start? When we hire a new person, right, we give the person a month, 2 months, 3 months to onboard, to absorb the information. We ask the person, do you have any questions? I'll correct answers that you give. I'll do redlining initially for you. But with AI, in many cases, we just expect it to provide an answer with just a simple prompt which says, tell me the top of funnel inquiries for Asana. And then we say that it produces generic content. Well, because your prompt was generic, right? So that's why you really need to use these tips and techniques to have very specific prompts in order for you to get impactful output and outcomes. So she is actually following the RISM framework. So she's providing the role, the instructions, the steps, and the expectations, the expected output. She's not using narrowing. So it's not necessary to use all 5 steps of the framework. So ChatGPT has created this response based on the prompt. So as an example, it says, this is the inquiry. What is Asana used for? Reviewers often mentioned why they use Asana, such as for project tracking and task management. So ChatGPT now is using users' natural language that they used in their reviews. It's not making up words. It's not paraphrasing things, because that's the instruction we've given it to them, right? So then it says, now, next step. She says, good work. So very often we don't interact with AI as humans, right? She says, good work. Given the reviews in the PDF, please create a table of value propositions. And then it says, reminder, to ensure that you use the actual words that the reviewers used in their reviews, do not paraphrase or make up words. You got this. The reason for saying this is because it is proven that just like humans, if we are given 10 instructions, we tend to forget the first or second instruction. We tend to remember the last instruction. And ChatGPT is very similar. Gemini is very similar. So you really need to give a reminder. So a reminder to ensure you use actual words, right? And then it says, you got this. And the more you treat it like a human, like your team member, the more you invest in it, the better your outcome will be. So then, based on this, says, I've created key phrases, and I've created a sample quantification for you. For example, Asana simplifies project tracking. Users frequently highlight the ease of tracking tasks and projects as a significant improvement. And here's a sample quantification for you. So now if you create a campaign based on this, you will have much better results. You will get content that users have actually used in their reviews. You will not get generic content that a lot of times people complain about. Now let me talk about another technique that power users use. AI is getting better and better, so you may or may not need to use this maybe 6 months from now. Test it and see if you need this and if this really helps you. So this is called chaining. In this case, I have noticed in my own experience, that ChatGPT has certain strengths, like it's really, really great at creative content. Gemini has slightly different strengths. I think it's a little bit more enterprise-ready. Jasper has a little bit different strength because it's very marketing-oriented. So we can chain all of these together to get the best output. For example, you could say, to ChatGPT, you can say, I will use the Risen framework to create a customer email. Create 3 versions of this customer email based on my prompt, which is following the Risen framework. So 3 customer email output versions have been created. Then you go to Gemini to say, here's the email that produced the best outcome for me last quarter. Learn from this email that was really impactful, and based on this, choose the best email version out of these 3 versions. Then you go to Jasper to say, create the best subject lines and emotional calls to action for this email that has been chosen. And then you could say, again, I go back to ChatGPT to say, now that I have the email call to action subject line, I want you to personalize it for the same persona, but 3 different, slightly different people who come from slightly different backgrounds. So if you use these techniques, the outcome that you will get will be much better than just using one AI tool. Let me talk about another technique. This is for creating custom GPTs. How many people have used a custom GPT? Awesome. That's great. So in larger organizations, a custom GPT is really great because I can train the GPT, and then I can send it to field marketing organizations across the globe, and they can use that GPT as well. For startups, it's really impactful because the CEO, in many cases, has information gained from years of experience, their own vision of the company, as well as all the customers that they've talked to and the investors that they've talked to. A CEO can train the GPT with their custom ideas and their thought process, and that custom GPT can be shared with everybody else in the organization. At Palo Alto Networks, one thing we do is that we use a custom GPT to create a persona. We say, you are a CIO. Based on the buyer persona research, here's your background. Here's how many years of experience you have. Here's your educational background. You have 2 dogs. This is where you live, all that, right? So it becomes a virtual CIO. And then you use it for message testing. So the CEOs amongst you, or the marketing leaders, or product leaders, can train ChatGPT to be a custom GPT, which everybody can then use. And this helps you create consistent content so that everybody is not creating various versions of the content. In this example, I'm creating a custom GPT to say, I'm going to present at this conference called CMO Connect. So I'm just uploading. So it's creating a custom GPT. I'm uploading some information. I'm saying, here's the promotional copy for that summit, and read from it, learn from it. And here it has created the Connect CMO Leadership Summit Messaging Assistant. So this is my custom GPT. And from here, I can say, now that I've trained you, give me an email copy. Give me a social media copy, for example, right? So all of this can be created using a custom GPT. And I've created this GPT using all the information that I had in the past. So this is really helpful for one person or a set of teams to train the GPT. You could also train it on an ongoing basis. You could say, here are the emails that performed the best. Here's the content that performed the best last quarter. Every quarter or every month, you could create you can train this custom GPT that you've created, and then this is shared amongst everybody in your team, everybody in your organization. You ask it questions so that anybody who's creating a campaign, for example, in Japan or Indonesia or Germany, they use this custom GPT so that it already knows who's the CIO, who the persona is that you're targeting, what are their characteristics, what are their care-abouts. So all of that is already trained. So, well, those were most of the tips and techniques that I wanted to share with you. Let me just talk about, is AI enough, or can AI be fully autonomous? When I talked to all the AI power users, they said it's not really fully autonomous yet. Just like the genie needs Aladdin, the Robin needs Batman. Similarly, AI needs a human. So because of all of these reasons, a human is still required for you to pick the right messaging, to train the GPT, and so on. And I thought that, how about creating original storytelling out of an AI or out of the GPT? Can AI really create original stories? So I said, let me ask somebody who has devoted their life to storytelling. This is Angus Fletcher. He is Associate Professor of Story Science at Ohio State. So he says that AI is not really capable of original storytelling because original storytelling requires a lived experience. It requires the concept of time, and AI does not have all of those things. So that is good news for all of us. We are still relevant. But at the same time, we have not used AI to its fullest extent. Whenever we say, I'm not able to create impactful content from AI, most likely it's because you're not training the AI correctly. You're not using the prompt in the most optimal way. And hopefully, if you're using all of these techniques that I shared with you, you will be able to create content that resonates with your audiences. So another point is about using agencies. Many times, startups as well as larger companies use agencies for resource augmentation. I use agencies as well. But it's really important for you to use agencies that align with your thinking of AI. And again, you can use custom GPTs, a trained GPT model that they can use as well. So this is an agency that I use, and they've actually helped me create this presentation. So I will just end on this note, and then I'll be available for you for any Q&A. No matter what character really is represented by AI for you in your mind, if you really use your techniques, you can absolutely use AI to revolutionize messaging and content creation. In many cases, all of the limitations that we place on AI, they are actually limitations in how we interact with AI. If you use these techniques of the Risen framework or any other framework that you use, it'll be better than just writing a prompt on its own. Use chaining, use custom GPTs, and be as specific as possible. You will be able to revolutionize messaging and content creation. Thank you. So I don't know in terms of time. So I think we are over time. Maybe I'll take 1 or 2 questions, and I'll be available for you to answer questions separately. Yes, go ahead.
Your slides looked amazing. Did you do them with AI?
No. So the content creation was with AI. AI is not great right now in creating slides, but I think 6 months from now, it probably can be created with AI.
By an agency?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Great presentation. So it sounds like when I'm creating content for thought leadership, those efforts seem to me to be I have 3 audiences now, right? I've got Google, I've got the actual ICP, and then I've got an LLM. How in the stage of LLM, how do you actually change your content strategy? Can you talk about that a little bit?
So could you clarify? So in the age of LLM, how do you
optimize for getting
So we are doing it right now. So our fiscal year starts in August 1st. I am working with the CMO and everybody else to really figure out how to optimize content strategy in the age of AI. So one of the use cases that we used was any subject. We use data loss prevention. We are in cybersecurity, preventing data loss. So we said that we are going to feed AI all the analyst reports that are relevant, all the personas that we've created, all the content that we've created, messaging documents that we've created. And what we have not been able to use so far is to really have enough resources to personalize the messaging, personalized content for CIO, personalized content for CISO, personalized content for practitioner, hands-on keyboard. So with AI, we still need the content managers, but their role shifts from hands-on keyboard writing content to creating the content strategy, making sure the messaging is right, making sure the buyer persona is right, and using AI to create customized, personalized messaging, personalized content for different personas. Hopefully that's helpful. And I will be available for answering any questions. Thank you. Thank you a lot. Thanks for your time.
Global Vice President for Software and AI Partnerships, IBM, Raj Data. Please welcome to the stage CEO, co-founder, and chairman, Box, Aaron Levie. CEO and founder of SaaStr, Jason Lemkin.
I feel like we could have amped up the smoke a little bit, right?
A little more.
Okay,
It was a new addition.
I was expecting a little more
I didn't know what was going on in the back room.
Amelia, I don't know if you're there. Great job
California.
this year, but 2x the smoke. Next
Okay,
year,
yeah,
so
2x the smoke, a
2x
little
the
more,
smoke.
a little more explosion.
So
okay,
I get to sit behind
yeah,
the
that's
desk.
awesome. Okay, cool. All right,
So
hello.
I'm gonna be your Indian Jimmy Kimmel for.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So all right. So thank you everyone for joining. Thank you guys. So Jason decided to make a surprise visit, and he's gonna.
We just found out 45 seconds ago Jason was going to join us, so we're.
I found out last night. But thanks everybody.
All right. So Aaron, we're gonna start off.
Yeah.
AI agents is probably the hottest topic.
Yeah.
In the entire software industry. You guys have been early adopters of it. Could you just walk us through, I mean, what you've been looking at, what you've been doing, and share some stories about that?
So maybe like raise your hand if you're building an AI agent. Okay, good. We're at the right conference. So,
That's a lot.
So okay, all right. Lot of AI agents, and you know, I think for us, for everybody else, probably in software, there was this moment like 2 years ago where the conversation was, okay, are we all going to have like a chat interface on our software? It was the ChatGPT moment of AI, and everybody was in this mad rush of like, should we put a little chat bot? Should it like pop up while you're in the software? Should you change the kind of core user experience? That was the primary conversation, and it was a user experience conversation. It was more of like an HCI type conversation, but underneath the hood was like the really big idea was forget focusing on just it's a change to the user experience of software. Think about AI as actually a change to the labor model of using the software. So what can you do in a world where you can effectively create digital workers that can go automate anything within the confines of your software? So that's kind of been, I think, what we've all been up to for the past year plus is how do you turn these models, especially now with reasoning capabilities, especially with tool use and better context windows for managing objectives. What if we could turn these things into agents that you can go deploy 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times inside of your software instance? So for us, that's been allowing for AI agents that can do things like read your documents, summarize information, extract data from documents, automate workflows. We have a great partnership with IBM with Watson X where we are bringing model choice to our customers, powering things like the latest Llama models, integrating with things like Orchestrate. So the whole idea is what if you can have agents across your enterprise software talk to other agents in other enterprise software. And us, I think for all of us as an ecosystem, this is going to completely change what interoperability looks like, what the future of building software looks like, and obviously a lot to unpack.
Yeah, so you brought up one interesting area. I love your thoughts on this, just for more of the audience's understanding. Agents versus assistants.
Yes.
Because we saw the era of assistants, and everything was assistants at that point. What makes agents different?
Yeah, I mean, this is, everybody has their own probably different nomenclature or vocabulary for this. We kind of think about it as models. We've had AI models or, some version of ML models and then, kind of some of the initial transformer-based models for the past, let's say, 5+ years. Then we had these assistants, things like ChatGPT, et cetera, are really kind of these assistants you go back and forth with. And now we're obviously seeing this era of agents, which really fundamentally go do work for you. Yep. And that work could take a minute, or it could take an hour, or it could take 100 hours for the agent. And then in human time, that could mean days of work or months of work being compressed. And you'll deploy these agents across your software stack to go execute work within your software environment. And so deep research from OpenAI, perfect example of an agent. I want you to go do a bunch of research across the web, come back, provide an aggregated answer for me. And the powerful thing, unlike a traditional just query with a model, is it's not just going to think for 1 second, come back with an answer. It's actually going to go do basically what a human would. I'm going to read all the documents. I'm going to check my assumptions. I'm going to change my course of actions based on new data that I learn in the review process. I'm going to correlate information and then go and actually collate it in some sort of ultimate asset at the end of that. And that's now what is becoming possible with agents. We've seen things like Operator from OpenAI, where an agent can actually control a browser. That becomes incredibly powerful. Imagine if you could deploy 1,000 agents in browsers, and all of a sudden in the cloud you have 1,000 browsers running with AI agents doing work for you. I want to go scrape data from different interfaces. I want to go do QA testing on software. I want to be have an agent that acts as a security researcher, finding different vulnerabilities. So we can now effectively think about our software as having labor attached to it, which for all of us building enterprise software is like a completely mind-bending concept where we're no longer just limited by the number of people that we sell to in an organization. So if I'm building legal software, I can only sell to the 10 lawyers inside of a company. Now all of a sudden my software comes with infinite legal capacity, and it opens up all new kind of addressable market for our businesses. I'm sure you're seeing that throughout the conference.
Can I ask just a really tactical question, maybe to both? When you talk to customers, because Aaron, you talk to so many customers, right? Half your week is customers, probably 30%. Raj at IBM, do real-world customers, do they want agents? Or do they just want AI to solve their problem? What I worry, I know this sounds specific, and maybe the train's left the station on agents, right? I mean, Dharmesh, but do customers really want 1,000 agents, or do they just want? Are they still learning what AI is? And I want to talk to my documents. I want to solve my problem. Do they really want? Do businesses want 1,000 agents? Even we're building them. Don't get me wrong. But can they process this?
The beauty of agents and what we're seeing is there'll be thousands of agents working in the background.
Yeah.
But typically one interface.
In the background.
And there'll be one interface for the client.
Yeah.
And so that's where the beauty lies, is because you're able to have disparate systems start talking to each other, but you only have one interface. I'll give you a perfect example. IBM went down this agent journey back in 2023, and we've actually been using it internally. And last week we announced, we saved over $3.5 billion internally from cost savings because HR functions are there, procurement functions are there. So every different area that you go down, and it's exactly the same interface. So I don't even know in the background if I'm talking to SuccessFactors or what other products I'm talking to. I'm actually just talking to my Watson X bot, essentially.
For sure.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up a very provocative question, and we should probably remove you from the stage for the
Fair enough.
This is the AI agent conversation.
Okay, I apologize.
But no, it's a very good question. Like this is kind of classic Clayton Christensen. Jobs to be done.
Yeah.
What is your product being hired for? And it's a good way to always think about sort of product market fit, solution fit. And the underlying kind of theory of Clayton Christensen was like, we don't go buy products. We effectively hire solutions to solve our problems. And so what is the problem that an enterprise is running into? Well, if they're reviewing legal documents, they want to be able to just get lower risk in their customer contract negotiation. They want to have better renewal rates. They want more accelerated deal cycles.
Yeah.
They don't want an agent for that. They want that as the outcome.
Yep.
And so obviously, collectively for all of us, the closer we get to conveying those ultimate outcomes, the closer we get to pricing towards those outcomes, I think that will be the natural direction this space goes in. But, agents, at least for lack of a better term that we've landed on, at least describes what's happening behind the scene that's causing that deal cycle to go faster.
I think behind the scenes, you hit it on the head.
Yeah.
Typically, you don't know, and I know, but most people don't know what cloud you're running on, for example. It's all happening in the back end, magically.
Yeah.
But, same way we should look at agents, because all of this is going to be happening in the back end. What's really interesting is, and Box was actually one of our first partners to join us on this, but we opened up an agent catalog last week where companies that are creating agents can submit to the IBM catalog, and then IBM sales teams can sell it. So even if you're a 5-person shop, you submit your AI agent that you built specific for a use case, within this catalog, you're able to take that, and then the IBM sellers are able to sell it for you. So I think that's important, especially for the groups that we have here, because if you're an earlier stage company and you're looking for that traction, we're enabling that. And obviously, Box doesn't need the help, but they were one of the, Aaron's been a great partner on this AI journey, and he, the moment we talked about it, he's like, I'm in. Let's go.
But it's super interesting. So you've got this IBM Salesforce, which is legions in size, right? And they are now, recently, I should know this, but I don't, they're off selling agents. And how many?
We kicked it off last week.
Okay, and how many do they sell? And how do they get smart enough about each agent to sell it?
So it becomes a use case specific. So if you look at the way that IBM's mentality is not to go industry specific. We go horizontal. We want folks that have the industry expertise to leverage that. So as the seller is looking at various AI use cases and clients are starting to ask for it, that's a great opportunity to say, well, within our agent catalog, we have this. We'll even make it self-service at one point. So even the sellers don't need to touch it. If a customer wants to go on there and just download it from the catalog, essentially, they can start leveraging it.
But what an interesting time, though, to be in software, right? Just because think about, right, what you just kind of said. So IBM is going to be going to a bank or an energy company or a life sciences company. I'm making this up, so correct it. And basically they're going to be bringing digital labor to that organization. It's no longer a software sale. It is not, let me go find your process and I'm going to sell software for that process. It is, I might actually bring the process to your organization in the form of this digital labor. So it's going to actually kind of shift the deck chairs on what's actually happening. Who's I think we're all going to increasingly look almost like professional services companies, probably to some extent, because you're bringing now solutions to the customer as opposed to just, hey, use our software. Hopefully you have the people to implement it. Hopefully you have the people to even use it at your own risk. I think this is kind of a fundamental change literally in what software is going to be procured for.
Another interesting thing I'm seeing, which I didn't expect, is if your AI is very good, broadly speaking AI. So let's imagine these agents are going to be great. Okay. What is really interesting is it can make folks. IBM has an incredible depth of customer relationships, right? That people don't even get. I mean, incredibly deep and broad, right?
Box is my favorite customer, by the way.
Box, mine as well. You can be older companies can be much better with AI.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because maybe there's a few parts of IBM, not Watson, but a few parts that maybe are a little older, right? But if the AI is great, if the agents, if I can walk in with the Box agent, you can tell me what it's like, all of a sudden that team can be much more agile, right? I'll give you a specific example if you're curious, but one that Zendesk is much better than a year ago.
Yeah.
But I've invested a lot in contact centers. I'm on board of this company called Gorgeous, which is like Zendesk for e-commerce, right? Just like you have HubSpot, we have HubSpot, Shopify is Klaviyo, which is $1 billion, right? If you go over to that world, the Shopify world, it's not Zendesk, it's Gorgeous, okay? Over there, Zendesk used to be old. The plugin was a little creepy for Shopify. It couldn't really interact with FedEx, so your return, so they won 20,000 customers, right? Zendesk probably still creaky under the hood, but the AI is bitching. The AI is bitching. So Zendesk in one year.
That's a technical term.
Yeah, it's a technical term. It's an MPS. It comes from the CSAT Bible of bitchiness.
We need a bitchin' benchmark, AI benchmark.
No, you know what we need is a bitchin' agent.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're still better in this vertical, right? But the gap has been narrowed. So if I'm on the IBM sales team, in 1 month, I might actually have much better solutions to sell with these agents.
Yeah,
right? Overnight it could change. Right?
It's kind of crazy. We always have to kind of recheck in with to our assumptions and kind of biases on what the state of the art is on the technology, because things that literally 3 or 6 months ago were not possible, all of a sudden become possible. And so we the rate of change in this space means that, first of all, it's the most stressed out I've ever been. Because
that's a good sign.
If that correlates,
the opposite is worse today.
Yeah, that is. I kind of enjoyed when I wasn't stressed, but my stress is absolutely a corollary to how interesting the technology industry is.
Yeah.
So it's a good sign for all of us, because it means it's a very dynamic time and lots of stuff is happening. But to this exact point, if you go back a year ago, the amount of work you would have to do to pack into, let's say, a non-reasoning model for giving it exactly the right sort of context, instructions, kind of hacking and tool use, versus today just having O3 go do that, or having the new Llama 4 go and do that with reasoning capabilities, you instantly have now caught up probably an entire year of development from other companies with just a single model upgrade now is happening. And so it does mean that you have, it's like a non-stop level of change that we're seeing in the space.
I was going to say, like, last year, I think the big buzzword was RAG.
Yeah.
And now we've seen the shift for agents, but that happened so fast.
So fast.
Right?
Yep.
And the interesting part about this is, as we look at all these, tens of thousands of agents, we're also providing the capability of, if companies, I saw like 50% raise their hand that they were building agents, we actually released agent builders last week as well, right? Cool. And then on top of that, we already have pre-built agents. So what we used internally, our Ask HR, Ask Procurement, et cetera, we've actually released that and productized it. So now folks you can actually just purchase it versus spending time to build it. So we're opening up the aperture because as Aaron said, it's moving so fast that if we don't keep up with the market, and that's why he's losing sleep. I'm sleeping great, by the way. But like, this is
I don't know. Sometimes I text you at like 1 a.m. So
yeah, you should. It should be stressful, right? The rate of change is so high, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even just take something as simple as, let's say, GitHub Copilot, right?
Yeah.
Kind of basically invented the current paradigm of AI coding, was obviously the de facto standard. And let me just do a dangerous survey. How many people are using Cursor or Windsurf or Replit right now? Yeah. Okay, so like
last year it was close to 0.
Last year that would have been 0, and now all of a sudden, we're already seeing a kind of a tide change in the direction of a new set of startups that are attacking the space. And so, I think right now we're in an environment where nobody can take any of their position for granted. It's a fast-moving space. I do think, and would love to even hear what you're seeing from startup land, what you're thinking about from the customers you work with. I do think you're starting to see a pattern of how to have moats begin to emerge. This sort of relationship between, the agent, the data that it works off of, the level of sort of domain specificity of that agent, obviously the capability of the model. You start to get this dynamic where you could have a reinforcing or sort of virtuous cycle of how do you build a moat around what the agent is doing. And so, because I think one existential question for everybody, whether you're big or small, is how do you have a sustaining advantage if so much of the value is packed in the model? And to your point about the Zendesk or Gorgeous, dynamic, like how do you make sure that you can have a position of strength that you build on top of? And so we're starting to have these big questions of like, okay, what does it mean? What is the new network effect in a world of AI? And it's some degree of that user working with an agent to create something. By creating something, that data feeds back into the agent's future capabilities, and you get this sort of flywheel that ends up being pretty positive. But I don't know what you're seeing in the larger company side.
I mean, from the enterprise standpoint, one thing that's very interesting is a lot of these enterprise companies are actually sitting on a ton of data.
Yeah.
And they've been sitting on this data for many, many years, slowly trying to cleanse it, trying to figure it out. With the adoption of AI, even companies using the internal data in order to get solid outcomes. We're seeing that over and over again, right? So, I mean, the beauty of this is now you have all of this data that you've been using, and also, a lot of the models are built off of public data. But how many of these models are actually built off of enterprise internal data?
Right.
Very limited.
Right.
Once we unlock that, I think the pace of change that we're going to see is going to go even faster than we're seeing today.
Yeah, there's a kind of a fun question that you can start to ask your customers, which is sort of like, what data are you sitting on that is proprietary to you? And so thus, if you had AI that worked on your data, what would you have as a differentiated outcome relative to your competition? And very quickly you realize more companies are actually in the data business or information business than they maybe initially had thought about. Where they start to realize, like, okay, actually, I do have some proprietary information or insight about the real estate market, or about my talent clients if I'm a talent agency, or obviously if you're in financial services, you're sitting on a wealth of data. So the question is, if I can bring AI to that data, what can I do with that in a unique way relative to my competition? And you can kind of like go really far with this, which is right now, as an example, if you look at like a company's income statement or balance sheet, there's nothing that approximates the value of their data.
Yeah.
I
still get confused about that Goodwill line, but I'm with you.
You
I'm
can
with
maybe
you
throw
there.
some data in the Goodwill line. I don't know if a lot of companies do that. The question would be, in 10 years from now, will we see this sort of emerge as a thing, which is like, how good is your data as an enterprise? How much data do you have?
Yeah.
Are you actually able to turn it into business value?
Yeah.
And AI will be the thing that basically unlocks that, because what AI wants more than anything is more data to work on, and that's what it thrives on. So we will enter this completely new shift in actually like, what are the assets in an enterprise in a world where you can deploy AI agents to have completely disproportionate outcomes in your organization, and I think data is going to be one of these.
But where you asked the question, I'm learning from you on this one. I'm not seeing modification. I haven't seen any. I can't think of a single. I mean, you talk to more than I can't think of a single company I work with or know that feels like there's a stronger moat today.
Yep.
If that was the question you were asking, you tell me some examples. To me, I actually think about Box as a case study, actually. We do this new podcast I did with Rory from Scale. I did the other day. And I said, if there's anyone that should be benefiting from it, I said Box. And let me tell you why. Because I've been in this document space for a while, as you remember, right?
You are a document OG.
Yeah, and I'm like, I've been a Box user at least since 06. I'm like, so I've got like forever content in this Box, okay? I could never talk to it before AI, right?
Yep.
So everyone that's been in documents has wanted to talk to their documents. Now I can. And not only can I talk to my documents because it's AI, Aaron can tell us now or in 6 months, that also means I can do stuff I never thought I could do with my doc. Like the initial case study is, okay, tell me everything in Box where I have the wrong indemnity provision. You start there, and then all of a sudden you can talk, tell me what contracts I shouldn't have signed. Tell me what contracts had lacked authority. Tell me where like the designs were off on the measurement and then
or just tell me where I could have an upsell opportunity based on those contracts.
Yeah.
So who's got pricing that maybe you have a better position for that uplift.
Yeah.
The value.
So is your moat bigger?
Well, we think so, but I'm
just asking you to learn.
Well, I don't need to turn this into a Wall Street conference, but yes,
that happens at SaaStr sometimes inadvertently.
We're big fans of our moat, but I think the big question is, what is the value inside of your data for any enterprise? And then if you're building software, find ways to get the customer to tap into that. That's what's going to build this flywheel. Like, I'm actually very bullish right now. There's like a little bit of a meme of like these AI coding tools. You can just swap them out.
Yeah.
I think that's like a temporary thing that you'll see on Twitter or X or whatever. I think the mode is actually fantastic, because if you're the place where you have agents that understand your code base, they understand your development methodologies, they understand your documentation, they understand your specs, that is something that becomes this ongoing flywheel that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That will be true of every single segment in healthcare. Imagine if you're the AI system that understands a particular set of patients and the particular sort of practice areas of that healthcare provider. You're not going to want to swap out that AI system.
Yeah.
So for as fast as everything is moving and as disruptive as everything is right now, I think this is a window in the next couple of years where I think we'll have the defining platforms get built and effectively cemented, assuming that they stay current, right? If you're asleep at the wheel in this space, it's over, right? You only have, you can lose your entire position probably in a 2-year period at this point. But it's also a point where you could cement your leadership position, I think in a very unique and different way, where that wasn't possible. Let's say, let's go back 20 years to cloud. There was a 5-year period where people could just kind of futz around. Like, maybe I'll do a hyperscaler, maybe I won't do a hyperscaler. And somehow, 10 years later, 15 years later, basically you've got 3, 4, or 5 major platforms all at massive scale. People had time to kind of figure it out.
Yep.
AI is probably not going to look like that. It's gonna get locked in and compound.
But what happens when
going so fast.
Sorry not to interrupt, Raj, but I want to believe that. I'm with you, right? I've got your back. But and I'm not a total expert.
Again, you were an
He's going to figure out this moat.
I don't understand.
I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to ask a question.
This is what happens when he just shows up on our panel.
Like the devil's
this is my last question.
Okay.
But I'm not an MCP expert, but let's take it out a couple months, right? So you've got this data lock, right?
Yes.
But if my MCP is great,
Yeah.
maybe I just grab those Box files and that data, and I abstract away Box. And sure, Box has the data and the healthcare company, but if I can talk to it through a myriad of different levels and MCPs and everything, is it really a moat?
Well,
right?
I would actually argue that MCP is a thing that that only enhances the underlying moat because data wants to be free.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that there's no moat around managing the data and making it useful.
Yep.
It wants to be incorporated in some other workflow. So
Yeah.
for us, the more places where customers can use their data is only a net positive.
Yeah.
We want to connect to every MCP environment that's possible as a tool, and that just makes the continued feedback loop of having more data, at least in our environment, more valuable because you know that it's going to be accessible from all these other systems. So I think of that as kind of the analogy would be like, did APIs reduce people's moats? No. It actually, in many cases, made companies more sticky over time because they could be embedded into even more software, which made that even a greater level of sort of concentration. So I see no reason why MCPs wouldn't be just analogous to all of the APIs that we built over the past couple of decades.
Yeah. I was also going to just say that one other aspect with the moat, if you're able to establish the moat, let's say there is a moat that's established within AI, there's a significant monetization opportunity for all of these companies. Because then you have the ability, once you're showcasing, and you have that moat, once you're showcasing the AI capabilities, we're seeing significant upsell in the marketplace, where companies are able to raise their prices because of these AI capabilities, but they're continuously adopting. And so I don't think there's going to be only, you said 2 years. I think it's less than 2 years that we're going to see this evolution, and it's going like 1,000x faster than the cloud adoption.
Yeah.
Right? Because everyone's using it. Because
1,000x.
Kids start using it,
Yes.
and probably in high school doing homework.
Yeah.
And so on. So like everyone's using it. It's in the mindset already, and that's where the adoption's happening so fast.
I mean, I don't think it's that crazy to say. I mean, this is easily the fastest adopted technology in history. If you look at ChatGPT's, any of their published metrics, somewhere 500 million active users, something on that order of magnitude, in 2.5 years, 2.25 years.
Yeah.
There's never in history there's never been something like that because first of all, in every other technology transformation in history, you didn't have enough people wired up on the internet to put those kind of numbers. So it's just like de facto, it's obviously correct.
Yeah.
And so think about, to Raj's point, how many people right now are being wired completely differently. I don't know if anybody has gone to a college, knows somebody in college, maybe just graduated college. I was speaking at a college class recently, and it's like these kids are like, I want to be a little bit like old man yells at cloud kind of thing, or you get off my lawn, but it's like you're also kind of like amazed by how it works, but like they do not work like us.
They're much more efficient.
They're much more efficient. Maybe they don't know anything as a result. I don't know. We'll figure that out as they enter the workforce.
Yep.
But they work so differently.
Yep.
And it's like they're going to come into our enterprises and be like, wait a second. Like, you take 2 weeks to come up with a project plan for some marketing strategy? Like, literally that thing was just spit out by Claude in 5 seconds. Why would you meet about that? Like, they're going to wonder, why do we work the way we work? Yep. And obviously we're going to tell them, like, well, this technology didn't exist. Like, give us a break.
Yeah.
But like, think about an entire onslaught of a new generation that is just like, why would you spend time reinventing the wheel of a marketing plan? Like, literally, it's in the model. Like, the model has the marketing plan you want. Just do the thing. And so this is why you're going to see such a rapid change. Is you have a new workforce entering every organization. You have boards and CEOs and governments saying, like, holy crap, we got it. We have to move faster. Raj, I'm sure you see this, but every customer that we talk to, if I compare it to, if you're quite literal on the timeline, let's say it's like 08 or 09 in cloud terms. Think about 08 and 09 pitching the cloud to a bank.
I wasn't born then.
Okay. So like that was a non-starter.
Yes.
Like that was like not a conversation you would have.
They had to keep all the data on premise.
You have to keep your data. We can't even contemplate this. Get out of my office.
Yep.
Probably that still persisted to the mid 2010s. I would have meetings with banks that were finally like, okay, we're going to deploy our first couple use cases. So that's the timeline we're on. There's not an enterprise that you could meet with today where they have not already basically said, here's our AI first strategy, or here's the AI first strategy we're working on, or here are our AI principles. That is not happening in these big companies. So we're in a totally different market, and so probably to your point, like it will move way faster than cloud, and that timeline is going to shrink in a pretty incredible way.
Yeah, I think it's going to, I think it's great, but I think it's, I don't mean to go too deep, but I think it reduces all the moats. And literally, we had Yamini was here yesterday from HubSpot, right? And they're crushing it, right?
Yeah.
In every way. And she was great. She's like, I'm behind. And they're pretty far ahead. If you look at if you look at all the peer groups, who's further ahead in deploying AI?
Yamini's stressed, then we all got
problems.
and
she's like, listen, our core, and it was interesting what she said. Our core is strong. Okay, our core is, and it gets stronger and stronger, right? But the 1,000 small competitors are better than ever.
Yeah.
So it's another example. Like the core mode is there, right? The core mode is there, but if you get nibbled away at the end, if you get nibbled away because the big guys get better because of AI, you don't have 2 small competitors. Now you have 1,000, and the 1,000 aren't like one feature like in the old days. Now the 1,000 are kind of cool because you can talk to them.
Yeah.
And they can talk to your data, and they can MCP into Box. And so now you have 1,000 really good competitors, not 2 crappy ones, right? I hope our moats are getting stronger, but I think they're all getting weaker.
I agree. I guess the thing that the only counter, but I think anybody at this conference will probably actually endorse my point. If you're here, then that means that you're probably building something that you want to be sustainable, that you want to, you're not, sort of vibe coding a Salesforce competitor like one night and being like, okay, maybe 3 of you are, so sorry. But
more than you think, actually.
Fine. But if you've already opted into being in this ecosystem, you're probably thinking like, okay, I'm building a company, I'm going to hire a sales team, I'm going to do the marketing thing, like the lowering the reduction of how easy it is to build these things doesn't make it any easier to build one of these things. The thinking through the long term of building a company and building a franchise business over the long run is just very different. And I mean, IBM has sort of proven just like what that takes over obviously decades. And so I do think that we will have to separate the sheer sort of like, holy crap, it seems like there's 100 copycats of every single space from the companies that are just like, I'm in this for the long run, and we are going to keep cranking day in and day out, iterating, building a better product, better serving our customers. The things that transcend AI will become probably then even more important because they will be the things that separate the sort of flash in the pan kind of overnight success that then fizzles because the founding team wasn't really in it for the right reasons, or they weren't really thinking through how do they actually get to scale.
And there's no real first mover advantage right now because you're able to leapfrog. But once you're able to have an established base, Box for example, now you guys move pretty fast on the AI piece. Now you put AI into it. That's becoming your moat because you do have all of these documents. You have access to so much data, and you're able to.
Well, and I think to Jason's point of like, okay, so what do we do though when from a net new kind of company that's just starting, they don't have the data. But I am optimistic that these things end up compounding because the better company ends up getting the more customers, ends up building then the next features better, and that I don't think AI has fundamentally changed the calculus of that. As long as the team is sort of in it and building for the long run.
I'll tell you if you want a slightly funny story from this event, it ties to both college and kids and generation. So we had like a kickoff party that IBM sponsored on Monday night before we started, and my daughter's a freshman at Stanford, and my son's here. He's finished up at Penn State as a sophomore, and this guy comes up to me, founder. He's like, "Are you Anna Lemkin's dad?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm in her class." He's like. I just dropped out. I built an AI sales agent to do research a couple months ago. We're at 2 million ARR.
Wow.
I want to get to 5 by the summer, and I want to go more mid-market. I'm out on the road going more mid-market. We're doing a lot of it with AI.
Wow.
And 20% of my class has already dropped out to do AI. There's a lot in that story, isn't there?
There is.
Is he worried about moats?
There's a whole.
Is he worried? Is he worried that he needs to build a giant sales team to take 8 years to get to 2 million in ARR?
I think he'll be worried in 2 years. But then he can call us old timers and we'll give him some advice.
Maybe he'll be. It's just that, but like, there's so many.
Is he
little
here? Where can we interview him? Are you here? Friend of Anna are you here?
Classmate, yeah. It was just the craziest story on pre-opening night. But there's so many little things in disruption, right? How much you could do with AI, how quickly you could grow, and the lack of fear of incumbents.
That's cool.
No incumbent fear, right? No incumbent fear,
that part's
right?
really cool.
I mean, but that's every startup. You can't have fear if you go into that space. And I mean, that's a good story. But then, I know we're over here, but that begs the question of, you know, because my older son's becoming a freshman next year. Like, but what do you end up studying now with AI, right? Like, you know, before you knew computer science was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So, but you know,
I think it's like you want to be like, you probably want to be like 15 years old right now.
Right.
So that way there's enough
like
time.
My age.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah. You need enough people to go in the front lines and sort of figure it out. Like, I think maybe your son is on the cutoff of he'll have enough time, but
he's going to economics.
Okay, he's okay.
That'll always
timeless.
be there, I think.
Yeah. But I mean, what an incredible time, right? And I do think that this generation has a leg up because of this ability to just be like, I've seen the future.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like, and you can go and enter companies and just be like, ta-da! This is how I do things. I remember my first internship. I got like some of the most like random, probably strategic projects because I just was better at the internet than the other people. Yep. And so like just imagine if you're that for AI in your company and you're just like, I'm just better at AI than every one of my colleagues. You'll just get more stuff. So I think it's an interesting time to be coming into the workforce in this next generation.
Absolutely. All right, so I know we're over, but I learned a fun fact while we were back there.
What's that?
You were at the first SaaStr.
Yeah.
And now you're closing out this SaaStr.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
But hopefully not.
I hope it's not ominous.
Was that?
I hope it's not an ominous sign.
Not
this is
not
not
your
your
last
SaaStr, right?
The book
Okay.
It was 1 week after the Box IPO. You might not remember, but I remember it viscerally.
Those were wild times.
You were the kindest gentleman in the. I mean, you're always kind, Aaron. But coming 1 week, you were so tired. You were so tired.
Anything for a document OG. So.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. Thank you.
I think that's it.
Do we just end? Do we self-end? Is it like,
all right? Self-end.
Thank you.
We haven't been tossed out of stage yet. We got security back there. All right. Awesome.
All right.
Vice President SaaStr, Amelia LaRoute.
Hello, SaaStr. Let's get that energy going. Woo! All right, guys, this is the moment. Some of you have been waiting more than others. I just talked to all of our finalists. They're very excited, very nervous. We've had hundreds of applicants for the SaaStr in Mayfield AI demo competition. And I'm so excited and thrilled to be announcing our partner in this competition to you, Naveen Chadha, who's the managing partner from Mayfield.
Absolutely.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
being
for
here
the
today.
partnership. And it's been a delight working with you guys. Are people excited?
Woo!
Great. So I'm
it away.
here for like a few minutes to tell you a little bit about Mayfield and what we are up to. I'll keep it brief, I promise, because a lot of people are excited to present to the demo finale. How many of you presented at the demo stage today? Like, raise of hands. Are the people here? Awesome. Thank you very much for being here. So I'm the managing partner of Mayfield. Mayfield is an early stage firm which has been in business since 1969. We specialize in early stage investing at the seed, Series A, and Series B. We have a people-first philosophy of investing where we invest in people first, market second. We have been fortunate to partner with many entrepreneurs like you in the room who have gone on to create companies which have had over 120 IPOs and over 225 acquisitions. We have a bunch of products from where we invest. The first one is a seed stage product, AI Start. We have our Series A product, a $580 million fund, Mayfield 17. We invest at the Series B stage onwards from Mayfield Spring. It's a $550 million product. And then we have a special initiative, what we call Mayfield AI Garage, similar to what we are doing here, where we are helping entrepreneurs with ideas, transform them into companies. So ideation to inception. Our view on the AI space is it's an era of collaborative intelligence where AI will team up with humans to change the way we work, live, and play. And the way it will manifest itself is in the form of digital companions that embody collaborative intelligence. They collaborate with humans to make us superhumans. We believe this is a massive opportunity because IT industry is a total of $5 trillion, but the actual spend on software, hardware, and infrastructure is only $3 trillion, versus the spend on knowledge workers globally is $30 trillion. And if AI starts penetrating there and gets 20% of the market, it's a $6 trillion market. So essentially, it's the same size as that of the information technology industry. And there are opportunities galore, both at the horizontal level in different functional areas, and also in many, many industries, which we call vertical opportunities. So where is Mayfield investing? What's our viewpoint? We believe there are opportunities at 6 layers of the technology stack. It starts with the hardware layer, what we call semiconductor and infrastructure. The layer above, once you have this hardware and infrastructure in place, is the models, the equivalent of the new operating system. Once you have this infrastructure along with models in place, you need to bring your data, because without that, you're not able to do anything. Once you have those 3 plumbing layers, you need to have middleware and tools to do something with all this infrastructure which has been built. That leads to an era of intelligent applications which can be used by AI teammates so that they can be collaborators along with humans. Our portfolio spans all the layers. We have around 50 companies, 50, at the early stages. And there's information available about all of these on our website. At the semiconductor layer, the GPU area is pretty tough to invest in today. But if you look at adjacent areas like power, cooling, networking, data center interconnectivity, there's a lot of open opportunities. At the model layer, we believe there are opportunities. Even though the big transformer foundation models are in place, there is need for vertical AI models, domain-specific models, models for physical AGI. There's need for model security, model governance, and even models for inference. So still a lot of opportunity. At the data layer, you need data storage, you need data loading, data transformation, data controls, data governance. At the middleware layer, you need tools so that people can build apps and agents. At the application layer, it started with systems of record. It moved to systems of intelligence. And now we are in an era where using these systems of intelligence, machines will be able to do work what I call systems of action. So that's the place we are at. And then finally, like the way you had SaaS, you're going to have what we call CAS, Collaborative Intelligence as a Service, which will manifest itself in the form of either AI companions, which do horizontal functions or vertical functions. So the way the SaaS industry grew to thousands of SaaS applications, we believe AI teammates, which will be delivered as a service, represents the next wave, the next era. So if I had to summarize it, and my advice to everybody is use AI as a friend, use AI as an ingredient technology in whatever you are building, and together collaborate with AI and humans to do things we weren't able to do before, and think beyond automation of tasks, acceleration of productivity. This is really an opportunity to help augment our skills and amplify our creativity and advance the movement of humans becoming superhumans. Thank you for being here today. Excited to take you to the demo finale. Thank you.
Amazing. All right, guys, we have 3 finalists that are going to present for you today. The first of which is called Breakout. They are right here from the Bay Area. They've been around for about 8 years now. They do AI. I'm going to bring them up in just a second. And how this competition worked, if you're unfamiliar, we partnered with Naveen. We opened up this competition a few months ago. We promoted it. We had thousands of applications. Our team diligently read through them all, sent them all to Mayfield, gave them all notes. And together we picked the 3 finalists, and they're each going to demo for you live their product, which is very exciting. And then at the end, we will pick an actual grand prize winner, which is super cool. We haven't done this at SaaStr in a very long time, so it's super exciting to bring it back this year in 2025 with a little AI twist and some help from Mayfield. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up the first finalists from Breakout.
Mic check. You can hear me? Okay. Hey, everyone. Excited to be here. I'm Sachin, founder at Breakout. I'm a 2X entrepreneur. Prior to this, built a company, scaled it to millions of dollars in revenue. And the problem that we're solving at Breakout is something that I uniquely experienced as we were trying to scale our GTM.
Hi, everyone. Hitesh Agarwal, founder at Breakout.
We've been lucky to be supported by industry leaders in the marketing world, investing world, and they've been an instrumental part of our journey. It's 2025, the age of AI, but we are still selling software as it was the 90s. We put buyers through static websites, long-drawn journey to figure out whether the product is a fit or not, clunky demo forms spanning across multiple fields. And after jumping through all these hoops, when they finally get to a meeting, it's a 20-year-old inexperienced SDR who's there to qualify them and not get them closer to the value prop. And then they'll finally get to the AE through multiple steps of losses on the way. Every buyer is unique, and they expect personalized interactions, and that's not how the state of buying should be. And the leaders in the industry ascribe to the same thought process. The future of GTM is going to be very different from what it is today, and we are taking a stab at it. Breakout is an AI agent that's connected to all your data and GTM workflows. And it's deeply integrated into your digital touchpoints, like your website and other touchpoints. And we can instantly serve all your buyers to ultimately grow your pipeline. Now I'm going to hand it over to my co-founder to give you a demo of the product live.
Hi, everyone. Hitesh here again. We are live on several B2B customers. I'll take you through an example of one of them. Fabi AI is our customer. They build beautiful AI dashboards, and they leverage Breakout to power their GTM, inbound GTM. We are a multi-agentic framework, which means there are multiple agents working in sync. Let me unpack that for you as we go through this presentation. So the first agent is a conversational one. It comes in as a sleek bottom bar with 2 prompted questions. These questions are contextually driven from that web page. Agent has full context awareness of the whole website and the web page the visitor is on. Even if you have a million pages, each one of them, for each visitor website, will get unique questions based on the buyer intent. I can show you the demo completely on the Fabi, but we were so inspired by Yamini's talk yesterday on AI and how HubSpot is leveraging AI. We built an agent for HubSpot to show you how the buying experience on HubSpot should be. So same conversational AI agent, the first one at the bottom, it has full contextual awareness that we are in SaaStr right now. The agent is aware of the location of the website user, the organization where the user works at, aware of the tech stack, job, roles, even open job recs to provide a truly personalized message. By doing all that, we are able to do 10x better than a standard static website. On the left-hand side, you see the response generated by the agent. Again, no hallucination, 100% grounded in the knowledge sources. It is also contextually aware that I'm a founder at a GTM tech startup and customize the responses based on that. Right-hand side, something different. This is the work of the second agent who has the awareness of the conversation that we are doing and pulls in the right multimedia in real time, whether a slide, video, image, all that to provide a...
Welcome to the HubSpot customer platform.
To provide a highly enriching and engaging experience. You see these bubbles at the bottom? These are the prompted nudges done by the third agent who is thinking ahead and showing what should be the direction of the conversation going forward. You saw the multimedia change on the right-hand side. HubSpot didn't provide us any slides. The fourth agent comes in. It is the coolest one. If we don't have the multimedia, it generates these slides in real time. This slide didn't exist before this second, generated here right now. Another cool thing about this slide is this is clickable. If you can click on any element, it'll move you forward in the conversation. The fifth agent comes in at the bottom right. You see the prompt. It is expert in doing discovery and qualification. All these agents have 100% awareness of all the other agents, and they work as a team in unison with each other to create this magic. So we are asking a question. We are going through the qualification and the discovery flow to see how this happened. And then the next agent will come in, which is the favorite of all. And I'll show you what it can do. This agent will provide you a personalized demo based on all the signals it received, all the agent received up till this point in time. It is aware of whole of the conversation up till this point in time. It will ingest all the knowledge sources, all the conversations, all the signals, and understand what is my intent, which product am I interested in, and where should the conversation go from here. Let's see that in action.
You know, internet always has to.
Hey there, I'll walk you through a quick demo of HubSpot Form and Email. If you want to jump ahead or ask anything, just tap the button below. In this feature, we will talk about HubSpot Form creation.
Hey, can you run email sequences on HubSpot?
Yes, you can run email sequences on HubSpot using the Sequences feature for automated follow-ups.
Thank you.
We are live on several B2B customers.
You're welcome. Would you like to continue the demo?
So you just saw the demo of the product. Let me leave you with this thought. The prior GTM world has primarily been human-to-human interaction interfaced through an unintelligent web interface. The future is agentic. There are going to be agents, and Naveen set the stage for that, which are there'll be human-to-agent interaction, agent-to-agent interaction, and human-to-human interface through agent. We intend to be that GTM agent for every company out there. Thank you.
Listen, breakout. We're going to get our second finalist set up now. She is from Miraflow. She's from Washington. She's only been a company for, I think, about a year and a half now, so super new. It is your digital AI clone and twin. So without further ado, I'm proud to announce Miraflow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron, and I am the founder of Miraflow. Raise your hand if compliance training or security training puts you to sleep. Is screen casting? Is screen casting? The screen is not casting.
Tell them to change demo.
Raise your hand if compliance training or security training puts you to sleep. They look like this, lengthy document. Or if it's video, they look like this.
Questi due studiosi, questi due filosofi.
Meet Mr. Stanko. He's a staff security engineer at Oracle. He has just spent 40 hours recording online security training material on top of his daily job. What if we could save him and his company all the time? At Miraflow, we create ultra-realistic digital twin from your own video. We differentiate by realism. They are not cartoons, they are not anime, is real you, indistinguishable with eyes. Our realism comes from our roots. Our team first worked together on a deepfake detection project called truemedia.org. It was a nonprofit detection project created specialized for 2024 US election. Although TrueMedia has to shut down, the technology that we developed to detect the deepfakes are now being used to create your digital twins. Because detection and generation, we share very similar technology. Now let's meet Mr. Stanko's digital twin.
Ciao! Miraflow turned me into the awake version of myself.
We bring the best version of you. If you're feeling sleepy, we'll make you wide awake. We also specialize in challenging languages such as Italian. Anyone speaks Italian? Which is known for its rapid speech patterns. As a result, our biggest customer is largest online university in Italy. For them, we created a digital twin of a professor and created 200 hours of recording. Just feels like his lecture style, education philosophy, or even personality. And this frees up his time from recording lectures to do what he actually cares, actual research and meaningful one-on-one interactions with students. In online university, it is very hard to meet professors because time constraint and there are so many students. And with all this time saved, now the professor can meet more students. Creating digital twin is simple. You upload your video and your twin will be ready in an hour. And today, we are going to create SaaStr CEO James Lemkin's digital twin. And we are going to use this footage.
We forget that the last S in SaaS is a service. This is supposed to be a service and not an endless sort of games to prop up NRR.
And because demo is only 6 minutes, I created his digital twin in the morning, and we are going to create the video. And on podcast, Jason emphasizes a lot about having multi-product early on. So today we are going to create a multi-products for SaaStr. The idea is since SaaStr, like Jason has such a strong personal brand, so we can make his AI to sell some SaaS products. So Jason AI selling Apollo. And you can type your script or connect your data sources directly here, such as your ERP system, intranet. Today, we're going to connect Apollo's tutorial. And then we convert your data into videos and ship them directly to your LMS, CMS, or even YouTube. OK, the script is ready. Then we create the video.
All right, so we're going to go over the basics of using Apollo.io and their database. Be very clear that this is just going to be a demo of their database. They have an engagement product. They have a playbook product or something like that. I don't use any of those things.
And then there was a faceless YouTube tutorial about Apollo. It's not really easy to use. And we put the JSON on the lower left corner so that it can be more engaging.
Is we're using Apollo.io, bring that data to Clay, and then sending the emails out from there. And so Apollo is that first step on our workflow. And it's because, honestly, it's because of their coverage. Like if you just look at their people coverage, they've got 272 million people, which, you know, like who knows how they kind of get that to that number.
Jason never recorded this, so it's from Miraflow. Enterprises spend millions on training content, and they're still very outdated. And Miraflow is the vibe creation platform for enterprise. Thank you.
All right, well, now there's two Jasons at this conference. I'm excited to bring up our third and finalist for the Mayfield AI Pitch Competition. They are called Mosaic. They're actually most recently in the YC batch. They're from San Francisco. They've only been around 6 months, but it's an agentic AI video editor. Very excited to see what they can do. So I'll bring up the last finalist, and then we'll announce a winner. So here we go.
It's not hooked up yet. Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Adish. This is my co-founder, Kyle. And we are building Mosaic. And I'm so excited to share what we've been working on these past few months with you today. So what we're really trying to do with Mosaic is think a couple years into the future and imagine what video editing is going to look like in this new agentic era that is upon us. So I'll tell you what we offer our users today, and then I'll give you the backstory as to how we got here, because it is a pretty interesting story. So what we give our users today is a canvas where you can create and run your own multimodal video editing AI agents. Now, I know that was a mouthful, but I swear to you, by the end of this demo, it will be crystal clear what you can do with Mosaic. But before we get into that, I want to give you the backstory as to how we got here. So Kyle and I, we were actually both engineers at Tesla. We were working down in Palo Alto, and we had this idea one day to go around and count Cybertrucks. And the idea was for every Cybertruck that we spot, we will buy a share of Tesla stock, and this could become a viral video that people would love, completely unrelated to our work. Just a creative endeavor for us. So we went around Palo Alto, recorded hours of cars driving by, came back, and then it dawned on us, well, now we actually got to go through all of this footage, find when these Cybertrucks appear, add a counter, update it. Very manual, tedious process for what is actually a seemingly simple edit. And so, we had been using Cursor more and more for our own software engineering work, and we saw the power of bringing in a chat interface into your traditional code IDE. And we thought, what if we did the same for your traditional non-linear video editor? And so in 2 days, we put together a very scrappy prototype, kind of your traditional non-linear video editor with this integrated chat copilot. You could prompt it. It could see your video, hear your video, and automate video edits for you. In this case, it took that Cybertruck counting example and took it from the hours it would have taken us to scrub through this footage and reduced it down to a mere chat prompt. And we knew we were onto something. So we kind of continued exploring this, but as we went from prototype to product, we quickly realized that the chat interface, while it's ubiquitous for interactions with AI, is not the best way to interact with AI for video in particular. 2 reasons. One, video files and sizes can be just really, really big. And when you have subsequent edits that are being applied to the video, it changes the state of the video. So you have to re-tokenize, re-inference on the video. And when you have this inherent prompt response UX that's baked into chat, it kind of breaks down, where users can be waiting several minutes to get a response back. The second insight we gained after talking to users is that a lot of video editors tend to have these predefined steps of workflows that they're going through for their video projects, by and large, right? Of course, they're tweaking and polishing and changing certain things, but for the most part, they have these predefined steps. And so we went back to the drawing board and from first principles thought about what is the best UI UX paradigm for video and for interacting with AI, and what we came up with was the canvas. And so this is Mosaic. The idea is you can come in here, basically create your own video editing automation by dragging and dropping these tiles together, connecting them, and this becomes your Mosaic. Once you have this agent defined, you can now reuse it across video projects, trigger it programmatically, and it can also self-improve based on the actual engagement data that you can collect from social platforms. And so I'd love to show you what this kind of looks like in practice. Here we've taken the Lightcone podcast, which Gary and the YC partners run, and we've basically gone ahead and created these 3 different branches, all of which are going to run in parallel simultaneously, creating different variants of my edit on autopilot. So in this first branch here, what we've done is we've prompted the agent to say, hey, go ahead and cut out all of the moments that the guy with the glasses is talking. Now, because it's a multimodal agent, it can analyze my video, find the moments where the guy with the glasses is talking, and cut them out. And now I can chain edits together, so after I've cut up that video, I can say, hey, I want to add some AI B-roll to this, and I, as the user, just have to say in natural language, I want smooth and cinematic shots, and now it's up to the agent to go through the footage, find the moments where it thinks B-roll should be added, generate the B-roll, and then place it in the right moments. And we'll show you what this looks like here.
Right now, if you're building a startup working on like cutting-edge AI, even if you haven't found the right idea yet, why give up and go back to Google?
And now if I want to tweak and polish this, I can definitely do that. I, as the end user, have full control. So I can see all the B-roll that got added. I can move things around. I can delete them if they don't make sense. And this gives me that granular level control that I want as the creative. Now, if we go to the second branch here, there's something completely different happening on that branch where we say, hey, find the moments and actually keep them this time where the guy with the glasses is talking. And then we're going to reframe this into a 9:16 aspect ratio so that it's good for TikTok or Instagram. And we use active speaker speaker detection. So if there's multiple people talking, it'll intelligently focus on the right person. And then what we've gone is we've actually branched off again. And now we've dubbed into Spanish and to French, and we've added some captions because maybe we have a global audience and we want to share this message with everyone. And so let's listen to Gary in Spanish.
Está pasando algo. No me gusta eso. Déjame ir hasta el fondo.
And it sounds just like Gary with the voice cloning that we're using. We actually showed this to him, and it's uncanny how similar it sounds. We'll show you the Gary in French as well, just real quick, so you can get a sense of how it sounds.
Il se passe quelque chose. Ça ne me plaît pas. Je veux aller jusqu'au bout.
Cool. Okay, exquisite Gary. So we'll go to the final branch here where we've created a short about when they're talking about AI Startup School. What we've gone ahead and done after that is we've added a background, in this case the YC logo, and then we added some background music. And if you click on the AI music tile real quick, what you can see is the agent is actually analyzing the content of the video, trying to figure out what type of sound track will best fit the content, the pace, the rhythm of the video, generating a soundtrack and then placing it in the back. And you can actually play this and listen to what it sounds like.
I have news for you guys. YC is throwing our first ever
again,
AI
found
Startup
this particular
School.
moment from this longer podcast where he's talking about AI Startup School. So this is the idea with Mosaic. The idea is you can now package these video editing automations as these agents that you can trigger programmatically, and content can now be produced at 100x speeds. So if you're interested in learning more about what we're building, getting on our beta, please join our waitlist. Mention that you were at SaaStr, and we will get you into the beta as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you to SaaStr and Mayfield for allowing us to present here.
Woo! Yeah, it's back to here. It's back to here.
So what do people think?
Okay, we want to do a little something fun. So Naveen will announce the winner of the actual SaaStr/Mayfield AI demo competition. But we also wanted to do a little SaaStr fan fave. So we're going to ask you which of the three, and you can do it by show of hands, and I'll eyeball it as best I can. And Jason and I will pick the SaaStr fan fave with you guys, and then we'll give them a booth at the next SaaStr annual. How about that?
Sorry, Jason. She and I just decided to change it in the back.
Okay, so if you want Breakout to be the SaaStr fan fave, which was the first demo, raise your hand. Woo!
Ooh.
Okay, I think that's yeah, good count. Okay. If you want Miraflow, who is the second demoer to win the SaaStr fan fave, raise your hands. Ooh, slightly more.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. And now if you want Mosaic, who is the third demoer, oh, I think we have a clear fan favorite. Amazing.
So they get a free booth?
They're getting a free booth at the next SaaStr, yeah.
What do I get?
Whatever you want.
It's negotiable? Okay. I think my job became easier. She asked me, who do you think the winner is? I always do an audience poll, and I concur with you. But I just wanted to make sure that we are on the same page and we collaborate together.
Of course.
So excited. Let's bring the winner.
Yeah. Congrats
Mosaic.
to Mosaic.
Good job.
Congrats, guys.
Job.
Yeah. Congrats so much. We'll see you at the next SaaStr. Anything you want to say for when you beat out like hundreds of people that have been demoing all week?
No, I'm just so grateful to SaaStr, to Mayfield, and honestly, like we've kind of just stumbled upon working on this. Like I said, we were just trying to make a video. I don't know how we're here. I don't know how we've made it so far, but I'm really, really grateful. And yeah, we're just going to keep building. And yeah, get you all onto the beta. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Very good to see you.
Naveen, thank you so much for doing this with us. This was super fun.
Thank you. Yep.
Very exciting.
We'll do this again sometime.
Oh no, you're the boss. You tell me.
All right, if you want to have an AMA with Jason, raise your hands.
No hands?
Sundance.
The third booth? Are the cocktails card? What's next?
There were cocktails and an AMA. We'll come back in 2 minutes, and Jason will take your guys' questions.
We are SaaStr. SaaStr is an incredible conference because it brings together a lot of curious people who are builders by nature and are looking to learn from one another and learning to identify best practices to shape their companies and who they can partner with in the upcoming year. And it's just fun.
And now with the huge shift of AI where things happen so fast, this is where the best conversations happen. You have to be here. And also in terms of networking, the event, the side events, really not to be missed.
Brings in about 10,000 people from all over the world.
What does it mean to be AI in the SaaS space, and what should we be looking for?
This seems like the place to be to find those answers.
There's so much noise in SaaS, where being in person, I kind of leave the agenda open-ended, and I just find, like, who do I lock eyes with? Who are the connections I make that feel genuine? You can't do that anywhere else.
Like today, I was able to find one investor.
All of us are standing on the shoulders of giants and learning from one another on how to scale from one stage to another. And there is no better place in the software industry to do that than SaaStr.
We are SaaStr.
We are SaaStr.
You know, it's been a catalyst in my career. I was able to see around corners as my business was going through hyper growth because of some of the learnings I was able to hook into because of SaaStr. So truly life-changing.
Really feels like you are on the cutting edge of what's going on. The conversations are very nuanced. So yeah, it feels like we're in the hotbed of the future.
This is one of the most exciting events I've ever been to. I like the electricity, the energy, the enthusiasm for product, sales, everything. So completely cool.
If you're right now not doing something in AI, you're exponentially being left behind.
We're in the age of AI now. The applications are different. The world is moving so much faster, but the mission and the value is the same. Share, scale, learn.
The thing I'm most excited about is a poker game tomorrow.
We are SaaStr.
We are SaaStr.
We are SaaStr.
Even if last year you were here, it's a totally new year with how AI is disrupting everything. So I guarantee you will absolutely learn something new and different. And if you don't come, you're missing out.
CEO and founder SaaStr, Jason Lemkin.
All right. Thanks everybody for being here. We just have a tradition. This was a pretty good. Everyone have a pretty good day 3? Yeah. So we don't have to do it, but usually we've had a slightly quieter day 3 this year, which was probably our best. So I sort of did a tradition of it, trying to answer any questions we didn't get to over these days. So I'll try to do it. I'll stay as long as folks want. I have no particular agenda or slides. There's been a lot of slides, but I'll take the questions. But I will say in closing, like I'm really happy this year. I will tell you, it took me a while to reflect, but how many folks were here last year? Yeah. I mean, last year you probably thought it was good. I actually thought it was the worst SaaStr ever. It had nothing to do, the production values were great, it looked good, it was well done, but in a million-hour green, the vibe sucked. The vibe sucked, and it sucked because people thought we were in a downturn, they thought AI sucked, there was a lot of woe is me, and I'd walk out and meet founders last year, or executives, and half would be like, man, everything's terrible, I can't close anything, and it really weighed on me the last 2 months. And man, the whole 3 days, it's been great. I haven't had a single Debbie Downer conversation the whole time at his, right? And if you were here with Aaron Levie, he's like, I'm stressed but excited. That's how you should be, right? But yeah, it's hard, but you should be excited. So for what it's worth, I want to take a question, but I'm reinvigorated with AI. I'm excited. You can see it in what I've done. And even just the tenure here, there's like the energy is so much more fun than last year. And last year, I kind of had to put the smile on my face after. I'm like, we did it. It was great, but man, it's like there's a Debbie Downer vibe in B2B, and it's behind us, so like I'm super excited. Not a single person I met here said, oh, we're in a downturn, life is terrible. I didn't, and thank God. I think they all stayed home this year, and I think they should either go get excited about AI and join something new, or just stay home. I don't know which one, but thank you, everyone. It's been a delight for me and Amelia and the team this year. Really, really great, and total 180 from last year, so thank you. A question? Yeah.
So I have 2 thank yous and 1 question. First of all, thank you for doing SaaStr in May. This time around, it was my birthday yesterday, so this was like
Happy
the best
birthday.
Birthday gift.
Yeah.
Second thank you is 3 years ago, roughly, it was in September, my co-founder Abdullah asked you if
I remember.
YC is worth doing.
Yeah.
We took your advice, we did it. It was the best thing that happened to our company. So
good.
And I think as the demo, the AI demo has just shown, YC is still very much worth doing in 2025. Now,
well, you guys are perfect. You guys were, for what it's, I mean, ask your question, but I'll answer the different question. Why I told you to do that. I mean, I do believe in YC, right? But you guys were the perfect. You guys had a ton of energy, a ton of drive. You knew a niche market, but you were outsiders. Nobody knew you, right? And so I'm not saying everyone should do it, but anyone like that goes through YC, it is a gift, right? You'll be validated. It doesn't get everybody customers. It's not going to get you if you're in solar. It's not going to matter. But to take someone that didn't go to MIT or Stanford and wasn't the top engineer at Stripe and didn't like work in the it really can be magical, right? And I probably more so today, right? But that's why I said it to you, because I'm like, you guys have the raw ingredients of success, but like this will just lever you up, right?
Awesome. And so the question is, as you know, we're a vertical SaaS, very much like a traditional layer cake, just now starting to think about AI. In the best possible universe, just because like these are our laws of physics, small market, we're going to be triple, doubling. Like in the best possible universe. We're never going to have a windsurf or a cursor style J-curve. So here's the question. Listen to your chat with Rory and then Harry a couple of weeks ago.
Yep. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Just so they can see it. Say it again. You listened to the what?
Listen to your talk with Rory and Harry a couple of weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago, and it triggered the thought, yeah about so, triple, double.
Exactly.
All right. Harry's on Twitter, so I'm going to send it to him right now.
Right on. So here's the question. Is that still kind of an attractive asset class, right, for maybe 1.0, 2.0 investors like yourself who understand what, just how rare even triple, doubling is, and how do we just conceptualize this as a vertical SaaS company, first, AI second in today's day?
Well, it's a good question. I think I think Rory and I both have we did address it. I've talked about it a couple times, but it's so important. Let me restate it, right? Which is, look, you're right. Until 18 months ago, for folks that have been in B2B since Aaron and I started, the gold standard was triple, double, right? It was triple, double. However long it took you to get to $1 million, 1 week, 10 years, no one cared. It took UiPath 10 years to get to $1 million, right? There are plenty of, it took Squarespace like 5 years to get to $1 million in revenue. They all did well. No one really, within limits, no one cared. But when you got to $1 million, they wanted to at least see you triple, double. 1 to 3 to 9 to 18 to 36. That was the path. Ideally, you might triple, double, right? And then outliers would do better. And then what I actually learned from Rory on the podcast, the second time I met him, the first time's an interesting story if people want to hear it. But the second time I met him was at an Upfront Summit in LA in 2013 with Mark Sister, and he's like, now the new bar is 1 to 10 in 5 quarters or less, the best ones. And so I started thinking that was the prime version of triple, triple, double, double. Okay, but either way, basically anyone, and in the early days there weren't that many B2B investors, and then in 2020, 21, everyone was a B2B investor, and triple, triple, double, double was the gold standard, right? Okay, well, it's the end of so. And why was it the gold standard? I didn't know until Rory explained it, right? Because I didn't know anything. But if you do the quick math, it got you to 100 million in an IPO. Triple, triple, double, double got you to 100 million before your grandchildren were running your company. Okay, it's just do it on a spreadsheet, right? Like when Rory invested in Box with Aaron, when Rory invested in HubSpot, those are pretty good ones. Shopify. These guys all IPO'd around 100 million in revenue, growing really fast, often 50, 60, 80% at like 800 million valuations. That was how it worked. So you're like, okay, I got to get to 100 million. How do I go from 1 to 100? And look, triple, triple, double, double, kind of, I mean, I know we're just having some fun. 1, 3, 9, 18, 36, 72. It decelerates, 120, and then you can IPO in year 8. Right? And people would IPO in 7 to 8 years back in the day. Now they're going to IPO, like eToro just IPO'd today. I think they're like 16 years old or 18 years old. But you're not at 100 million. Now they're all at 500 million. Okay? That was last year. All the IPOs that we've had in B2B recently, Klaviyo, OneStream, Rubrik that was here, they're all 500 million growing 50%. So then stop your math. Okay, now I got to go even further and faster. Then the new math became 500 at 50, not like 50 or 60 at 100. Then AI changed it all. Then everyone's like, holy crap. Some of these startups, for whatever reason, are growing at insane rates. Okay, I know this is a long-winded answer, but I'm trying to be helpful for folks because we have some time. And then what I started to see about a year and a half ago was a lot of the B2B investors I knew, old school, the bar had just gone up, right? And like I had like my catch up with Byron Dieter, who's OG, was one of the first investors in ServiceTitan. So many great ones. And I met him about a year and a half ago. I remember when it was. Maybe it was 14 months ago. It was like, yeah, honestly, we're only doing AI investing because the bar's so high. He's like, that's it, right? And then they went on to invest in Anthropic late and others, and that's what they're looking for. And so when someone like Byron, that is as OG as they, been a SaaS CEO himself, done Box, done so many early ones, is now looking all in on this. That's where like 80% of the B2B investors are, okay? Now, if you listen to Rory and I both said, we still like triple, triple, double doubles, okay? So what is the long-winded or longer, less TLDR version? I would say if you're, and then I'm going to add a little bit at the end. If you're triple, triple, double, double, as hard as that is, maybe only 20 to 30% of the investors that would have been interested 18 months ago are interested today. 20%, 20, 30%. So you can cry about it. You can make a meme about it. You can say, woe is me. Or you can do what you have to do in sales. Talk to more prospects. Talk to everybody. Right? That's just the reality, right? And the only thing I would add at the end, and then usually I don't like 2 questions, but it's a good one. You can ask a follow-up if you want. But the only thing I would add at the end with Ask with a Dagger, and you probably saw it with Jack from Clio and Tidemark if you were there. Overall, there's a little more interest in vertical SaaS today than in other categories, so you'll get more meetings. And it's viewed as more durable. Most vertical SaaS companies had no downturn, so-called downturn. And I was with the CRO of Owner this morning. They had no downturn in restaurant SaaS, right? So there's a lot of reasons people are more interested in vertical SaaS, but generally the investors are taking more risk for more growth, right? And they're crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but if you listen to the one I did with Rory and Harry, a lot of investors, when Box and HubSpot and Shopify IPO, they're looking for billion-dollar outcomes, okay? Then if you came to SaaStr 2016, 2017, everyone was talking about decacorns, $10 billion outcomes, right? If you listen to that 20 VC we did, VCs are now looking for trillion-dollar outcomes. Trillion. People have decided that every couple years there'll be another OpenAI. Not every week. There'll be a trillion-dollar company. Like, these companies are smaller. Facebook wasn't trillion. Google wasn't trillion. Tesla wasn't trillion. SpaceX isn't trillion. Now that there's multiple trillion-dollar companies,
it's no longer viewed as an anomaly. It's viewed as a factory. Like, we will create, and folks believe that AI will create more of them, right? So if you're a VC and you have a lot of money and you want to get rich, do you want a little $2 billion exit? Like, Databricks just bought some Postgres company for $1 billion, right? Does that really make a difference for your $2 billion fund if you own 10%? 10%, I made $100 million, hooray. So a lot if your fund is 10 million. If your fund is 5 billion, then 100 million you made off that is 2%, right? 2%, right? Doesn't even go above the line, right?
Right.
So
Well,
this $1 trillion outcome, guys, it's nutso. And you can laugh at it, and you don't have to take it too seriously, but realize smart people aren't laughing. Like, they're really, the Peter Thiels and Mark Andreessens are like, how can we find the next $1 trillion company? $1 trillion company, right? And it probably won't be you, but maybe it is. Like, I'm not saying it won't be, right?
Well, no more questions this year. Just thank you again. You're very much the Rory of my generation, and hashtag Cry Me a River.
Thanks for being back. Congrats to Cry Me a River, yeah.
How you doing, Jason? So we are a 3-year vertical SaaS company focusing on energy.
Yep.
And when we started the company, the first 2 years, it was a SaaStr playbook, and we literally followed it religiously. And it worked for those first 24 months.
At least you got 24 months. That's
well, there you
something,
go.
Right?
And so in
And
the
it was
last
free.
12 months, it started breaking down, right? And I think you'd be the first to kind of admit from your comments today and during the week that a lot of the kind of traditional playbook is shifting this kind of world of vertical AI, agentic.
I do think that, keep going, not to interrupt, but just be, I want to be clear what I'm saying, because sometimes it's, I actually think the traditional playbook, notwithstanding what Kyle and I talked about this morning, if you have intense product market fit, it works fine.
Yep.
It works fine. OpenAI is doing field events. OpenAI is doing webinars. OpenAI has swag. But OpenAI has so much product market fit, right? Varun and Windsurf, they've got booths, okay, at events. So I don't mean to interrupt, but I just...
No, events work for us as well still.
It's just the playbook works, but when you are falling out of product market fit, it decays rapidly today. It decays rapidly today, just to help the folks. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah, well, it was more, you have these canonical pieces of, content, right?
Yeah.
When to hire the VP of sales and so on. I guess, the context of what you just said, do these need updating? Are these kind of core canonical pieces of, content about how to build your company, how to get to that first 0 to 1, 1 to 10, et cetera? Do they shift in this kind of new area of,
I don't think it shifts. I mean, in all seriousness, if you read SaaStr carefully, you'll actually see I am updating a lot of the canonical pieces. A couple times a week, I'll take some of the really good ones, and I rewrite them and update them. So I'm cognizant of it, don't get me wrong. If you're asked, like, what has changed, if you've seen, I'm just one person, right? But if you watch what I said, I think 30 to 40% of inside sales will become AI. I think we won't need mediocre customer success. I think marketing is changing. I think it's all happening, right? But the motions are still there. So even though Kyle and I had a little bit of a debate, I don't challenge people, debate on whether a CRO will manage AIs and humans together, I actually think he agrees when he thinks about it. So yes, but it's still the motion, right? It's still discovery, demo, solution solving. Even Sridhar from Snowflake said it's the same thing. It's just the speed and the quality are changing, right? And so we all need to know how the systems, the instrumentation, the quality changes. But even if 40% of sales is done by AI, we're still having sales, right? I have no problem if $1 million Snowflake deals can be done by AI. I think it's cool, but I don't think anyone's saying that, right? So I just think it's more you just have to run these playbooks with AI, with intensity, with curiosity, and everything is faster. That's maybe the part that is the most dated of that playbook isn't really dated, but it feels dated, which is we just have to move so much faster, right? We just can't get back to a company in a week and pretend we have three competitors. We just can't. And I honestly think if you work twice as hard and 4 times smarter than last year, it all works. But most people are not working twice as hard as 4 times. Actually, the horrible truth is most people are working less hard than last year because they're bummed, because it's not working, because there's a downward death spot. If you don't think the playbook works, you invest less in it, you don't take it seriously, and you just have I see this downward spiral. Oh, sales isn't working as well, so I don't try as hard, right? I just want quota relief. I just want to sell less, right? and then it becomes a self-perpetuating prophecy, right? So I'm still learning. I'm back in student mode. I'm updating everything. I think sales, marketing, onboarding, support, success, they're not going away. I hope more and more of it is AI, and I think it's under radical change. But the underlying motions will be the same. We still need to find apps. There's still too many apps. AI just makes there even more apps. We're still looking for brands. I mean, one of the top questions I got at this conference is, which AI tool should I use for sales? Okay, all over Twitter, all over everyone. You got Kyle's answer, you got my answer. Why are people asking that? Because there's no dominant brand, right? We need 80% of folks buy with brands, right? And so brand still works. And so the irony of this, all of this is, as much as sales and marketing changes, probably the one thing that won't change is brand marketing. This is why Formula One's going to do well. No matter what happens, if you're at scale, branding that car is still going to work, right? So meeting folks in person that you've only met on the internet. If you listen to folks that are frustrated with go-to-market on the internet, they're like, we've got to do events and field because nothing else works, right? There's a bit of a negative, like I think that's overstating it, but my point is brand and multi-touch and reinforcement is going to work in this digital age too. But it's got to be faster, it's got to be better. And the real takeaway, your challenge is a good one, right? But I think if I had to reframe it in my version, and Kyle said it, and so many, and people that, and you know, Yamini teased that up, but she runs a public company, right? But folks that are running the old playbook, they got to go on June 30th. They got to go. You got to run the new playbook, or you at least got to be trying every day. You talked about Kyle. He's like in Python. He's learning tools himself. Your marketer, your head of sales better be, at least their leadership better be all over AI and AI tools, right? Or they got to go on June 30th, right? If they're all over it, I think you got a shot. I think you got a shot for the playbooks to work just fine. Would be my summary. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on whether AI or a second AI product? Too big?
No, some blindness. Keep going.
Should be treated as a product add-on versus a whole nother product in the vertical SaaS?
I have the strongest thoughts in all of planet Earth on this topic. And we're in a transition phase, okay? So I'll tell you some thoughts and tie it to some of the speakers today. I think 6 months ago, everyone was like, wow, well, AI is so expensive. I have to charge $2 every time someone clicks. Okay? Yes, bleeding edge models are expensive, but the rest of it's so cheap. It's so cheap, you don't have to charge $2 per click. Okay? So there was a certain fear of costs maybe a year ago, right? And then a year ago, that started to bleed into greed maybe 6 months ago. Hey, maybe I can triple my price for AI, right? So I talked about how impressed I am with Zendesk, right? I'm also unimpressed with Zendesk. You know why? They want $50 more a month for AI. Zendesk used to be $15 a month. Now it's more and they want 50. What did Atlassian say last week? We're not charging for AI anymore. We're not charging anymore. Salesforce went out. I just did a great deep dive with Mark Benioff. The best, right? They went out with Agentforce. It was $2 not per resolution, just $2 per action to click in Agentforce. Agentforce is working. It's working for the same reason all support and field is working. It's working. As near as any Wall Street analysts can tell, they can't really charge for it. It's being bundled in. Okay?
Thank you.
So that's the strategic answer. If you listen to a lot of folks want to charge for it, but it is the core. AI is the core. So stop charging for it. If you're not sure today, don't charge for it. Give as much of it away as you can. If the market then lets you charge more for it, great. But like, if you're charging $50 a month for your AI add-on and your competitor builds it in because it's core, you will lose. You will lose. You will lose. So that's going to happen. No matter what works today, you're going to lose when the competitor includes it as core to their product. So those are my thoughts. You'll hear a little bit different from, even though HubSpot actually charges quite a bit for their AI, I think if you listen to Yamini and Brian and Dharmesh, I actually don't think they disagree in the future. I think they say they're not sure, right? And Aaron, you do pay more for AI in Box now, but I think Aaron has said more and more of it is free, and they've made more and more of it free because it has to be core, because it's core. Yeah.
Hi there.
Hi.
On the VC track,
yes.
Should VCs or are VCs wondering or worried that founders won't need their money anymore? Or otherwise said, do founders need their money, and maybe it'll just be the small checks that go away?
Well, look, it is one of the fun. If you listen to the 20 VC that I do now with Harry and Rory, it's one of the top topics. They've made me, I know a lot, but they've made me think about it a lot. Is your question, are VCs worried about it? Yeah. No. First of all, a real thing in VC, if you listen to talk to some of the best investors, they say, my job is to give money to companies that don't need it. So many VCs will tell you, the best deal I ever did, they didn't need any money, right? If you talk to Excel a couple years ago, when their best deal was Atlassian, they had to talk Atlassian that was bootstrapped into taking their money at $400 million, right? They had to Atlassian didn't need any money, right? Every VC will tell you a story that some early stage folks, like, they hustled in and got a deal, but so many of the founders did not really need, and even if they needed it, they had 10 offers or whatever. So many deals they didn't. So it's not as new as it sounds, okay? That's number one. Number two, I think, look, VCs want to do deals, but you better not be, and there's a lot of greed in VC and some cynicism, but you gotta love winners in VC, if nothing else, and no one would like anything more than that a 5-person company can build $1 billion exit and takes one check and it's from you, like Atlassian. Atlassian only needed one check from Excel and it didn't even need it. Qualtrics, $8 billion, didn't need the money. Excel literally took the Atlassian playbook and ran it again with Qualtrics. One check, $8 million. Ryan didn't need it, okay? He and his brother and dad took $100 million personally out at the time. They didn't need it. They bought ski houses and lived their good life, but they didn't need it, okay? And I remember I asked, I think Rich Wong from Excel, who did Excel, I'm like, why don't you do all those deals? Why don't you just do, he's like, we just can't find enough. Of course we want to be the only investor in Atlassian and Qualtrics, of course, right? So my second point, my rambling point is, even if it's true that these 5-person companies come in $1 billion, they might need one investor. So let it be you. Just one, let it be you. And it may be small checks, like a lot of YC and other companies take small checks, but really, when you look back at companies that are very capital efficient, like Klaviyo and the Trade Desk and others, it's really often a little bit of money earlier and then just one round later. And that can be the best deal for VCs ever. So VCs are cognizant of it, but it could be good. It's not new. And 3, I met in person Varun, who runs Windsurf, a couple weeks ago, who's so good, right? And one of the things there's many things that differentiate Windsurf from Cursor, but one thing at a business model is actually Windsurf's very enterprise. We did a great SaaStr Confidential with Sam Blond. In like 2 months, they added 100 people to the go-to-market machine. Now they're going to add like 500 next year, okay? So they probably need more capital, right? So it's not everyone that's trying to talk their game and everyone needs $6, and I hope it's true for founders, right? I don't think it's going to disrupt VC for those reasons, but thank you. Yeah.
Hey, so on the new playbook that you're talking about,
Evolved. The faster AI-infused old playbook. But
faster,
keep going, yeah.
Yeah, so what do you recommend, your top 3 recommendations to go faster, like you said, for a very small startup, 3 people, 5 new clients, that's it. What do you recommend for somebody like that?
Well, look, next year I'll have concrete answers. I'm still learning, right? My best recommendation is 3 is still really small, right? All I would just make sure, if nothing else at 3, is that leads are so precious at this stage. You're not overwhelmed with leads, are you? Do you have more people that want to buy your product than you could ever talk to?
Not really. Well, we just came out of Still a month ago.
So
we got a distribution channel really good. So
AI cannot make someone buy a product they don't want to buy. AI cannot build a brand, right? But all I would do today, if I were tiny, I would just want to make sure that everyone that touches my product at scale has an amazing experience. Okay. Again, if we go back to the SaaStr AI, 150,000 chats. If you came to SaaStr.com or SaaStrannual.com 60 days ago, you'd have no experience. All you could do is like read our content or buy a ticket, okay, on the 2 websites. Today we've had 150,000 people have had Most of them have had a great experience with us, right? So make sure whatever they are, however they touch you, use whatever AI and other tools you can so that everyone instantly has an elegant experience. They instantly get the information they need. They instantly get the data. They instantly talk to a synthetic human and then a human. That instantly, if you listen to what Tope kind of teased at where Calendly's going, right? That you don't just have a meeting that everyone's followed up with perfectly and properly at multiple times afterwards and their needs are served and all the onboarding is perfect. And the handful of customers you do get, you don't forget about after, and they're perfectly onboarded, and that the remarketing and the retargeting is perfect. Use all these tools, and there's great AI sales tools here. Can an AI SDR bring you trillions of dollars of business? No. But can an AI SDR help you build a prospect list, target it, and write better emails that then you have to manage? Yes. So use all the instrumentation and tools, know its limits, and make sure everyone is treated like a real-time king and queen. Real-time king and queen is my old SaaStr post is customers, tiny, small, medium, and large should be treated as kings and queens. My evolution today is real-time kings and queens. Use AI so that they instantly feel like kings and queens. That always works.
Thank you.
So thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Jason. Thank you so much for everything you have done for the SaaS community.
For sure.
When we were evaluating AI-driven tests, and talk a little bit about what key factors are you looking for when you...
AI-driven what? I just didn't quite hear.
Driven tests is like the startups you were evaluating for your own personal investment.
Yeah.
What the key factors do you analyze just to separate the buzzwords from the real stuff, the depth stuff that's going on?
Well, look, it's an interesting question. It keeps evolving, right? I would say right now for investors, right, there's probably like 3 types of investors today. There are folks that are pretty technical as investors and only want to invest in the best technologist in a space, okay? I didn't see it, but the Delphi team talked about how they built their AI after my team. I don't know whether they'll win or lose, but I can tell you they're badass. Okay, they're badass. So there's a type of investor that'll say, I don't really care whether you're at $500,000 or $1 million today. That Delphi team is so badass. I want to give them $10 million and see what they can do. That's the type of investment. It's a great Mark Andreessen, Keith Raboy type. It works, okay? The very best people that are deeply technical, that know that problem cold, do it, right? That's type 1. There's type 2, which they don't care that much once under the hood, but they want massive traction, okay? They're go-to-market guys, right? And they're like, listen, LLM, MLL, Claude, DeepSeek, I don't care. It doesn't matter, and I'm not smart enough to know. I want to see if you can go from 1 to 10 this year, okay? 1 to 10 this year, okay? And they won't do any technical diligence or very limited. They don't care, and there's pros and cons to that strategy, right? That's the second one. And then the third one is a variant of the second, which is dangerous, which is they just want to get in hot AI deals and don't even really look at all what's going on under the hood, okay? Like, I met with a founder, OG SaaStr guy, solo founder, non-technical, that went from 1 to 15 million in AI in 1 year. Non-technical solo founder doing vertical SaaS. How did he do it, right? How did he do it? Well, it turned out, and very ethical guy, very likable. Sales guy, though, sales guy, tall, handsome. Told these old school service providers it was AI, but it was really just a really basic automation tool that he would then generate a report in like Omni or Looker and email it to the client. Right? Now, I said, listen, I love you, but I can't invest in this. This isn't even real AI. But other people would take it because it's just they don't care. It has, you can call it AI washing or AI whatever, but he had the numbers to back it up, right? So there's folks at the core, they don't care if it has a hint. There's folks that deeply care that it's generative and transformational, but they don't care what models. And then there's folks that are highly technical, and if you're not best of breed, they're just out, right? And they're less sensitive to your revenue today. And that, you know, why is everyone that worked at OpenAI getting a 10 billion before lines of code? It's that first bet, right? In its most extreme form. So it's 3 vibes. To summarize it, you would have to really research an investor to know which vibes it is. It's just like to the early point from Copernicus CEO, like It just means you got to talk to more VCs because you don't know which. If you're not one of those, you don't know where you're going to match. You don't. Whatever you do, don't take VC personally ever, but especially today. Don't get mad, guys, if you get ghosted. It's sales. You get mad at a customer if they don't respond to your email? Do you get mad at them? No, they're not. They don't want to buy your product. So get over yourself. Don't get mad if you get ghosted. Just talk to more. If I had to summarize all this stuff today, even if you have the goods, unless you know it, unless the VCs are running at you here, you just got to talk to 3 to 5 times more investors. That's just the math of the categories, right? So thanks for the question. Yeah. Man.
I was here last year at SaaStr.
Oh, yeah,
I
thank
thought
you.
it was awesome.
Okay.
It was a great SaaStr.
Okay. But there's more energy this year, isn't there?
Oh, it's been great.
Yeah, okay, good.
As I was watching your presentation with HubSpot today,
Yeah.
I was listening to her and thinking, her product roadmap are all these vendors in here.
Yep.
So can the little guy win? Are these big platforms like HubSpot eventually going to do it all? What would you do?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, even before AI, do you use HubSpot?
Yes.
I mean, HubSpot, kind of their vibe was to do it all, right? You can do your calendaring, you can do your email, like you can get away without SalesLoft or Outreach or Gong or Mixmax or all, like it's got a lot of that stuff already, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so, I've known Dharmesh and Brian a long time in Yamini. I've never actually asked them why, right? But if you look at Salesforce, wildly successful, right? 40 billion. They don't build all that stuff, do they? It's all partners. HubSpot has a great partner ecosystem, but man, they built a lot of this stuff, right? So one, what does that mean? Well, HubSpot's going to build more of it faster. As Yamini said, if nothing else, because of AI code tools, they're building features faster than ever, so that means they're going to do more of them, right? So yes. Is HubSpot's surface area going to materially increase because of AI? Yes. Will anyone that is in that ecosystem, which is like 90% of the people here, if they launch that feature tomorrow, I'm going to try it, right? So what it probably means is your point solution has to be 10 times better than what's in HubSpot.
Yeah,
right? It's just that simple, right?
We work with franchise auto dealers, and we've got a very unique product. And we're leaving this feeling like we're moving much too slow.
Good, you are.
Yeah.
But almost everyone here. I mean, you see Aaron Levie? He's stressed, right?
Yeah.
I want you to come out of here stressed but feeling enthused.
I am. Thank you.
Yeah, if Aaron's stressed, you should be stressed, right? Yeah. Yamini, I love Yamini. She was great, but she's much more stressed than a year ago too, right? You got to be feeling it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Thank you very much for hosting. This is my first time. I really enjoyed here.
Yep.
I'm founder of a company which is pre-AI. It's called Mailmodo. And we have been wondering whether we should become AI-enabled only or or completely revamp the product and become AI first.
I see.
What's your take on that?
Well, look, first of all, let's not be overly like so many VCs on X and social media say, if you're not AI native, you're going to die. Only AI companies know what they're doing. Everyone else is too slow. Non-AI companies don't understand models and this and that, right? And you just saw, like, if you saw our pitch here, there's a hint of truth to that in new startups, right? There's a level of fluency when this is all you do, where it's pretty awesome, right? But also, like, almost all of the leaders in AI were founded before 2023. So let's not, like, you can catch up. But that might be, that's not exactly the question you're asking. Let me answer you the question the best I can. And it's kind of this, it's kind of what Drew Houston said, and I forget who else, maybe I brought it in my speech. What I would do is, I don't even know what first principles means, but I think this is a first principle. I would go back after this and sit with your management team and say, if we started the company today, what would we do? What do the customers want? What can we do with tech? What do the customers want? What can we do with technology today we couldn't do 36 months ago? Yeah. What would we do today? And then find a way to build that.
Yeah.
Just find, whether it's with even though people say it's about AI, whether it's splitting your team in half, right? Whether literally, if you look at Windsurf, it's dumping your product twice for new product. Like, that's so extreme, but it worked for Windsurf. I don't know. Yeah. But the calm way to do is over lunch or coffee, talk about, okay, let's imagine this is our founding moment, knowing what we know now, what will we build? Yeah. Let's build it this year. Let's build it this year. No complaints, no whining. Let's build it. That's the best I got.
Yeah,
But
the answer would be probably AI first, then completely.
yeah, but AI first, AI last. Just build. It's software. Just build it. You're not building the large language model, right?
Yeah.
So just build it. It's software. It's just software that is much more powerful than a year ago. Go build that tool. And if you're early and you kind of have to sunset some customers, maybe it's the right call, right? Maybe it's the right call. So thank you.
Hey, Jason.
Yes.
Beneath here.
Hey, sorry, could you do me a favor and come over? I just got to get blinded. I don't think I can. I'm sorry, but could someone maybe take this other mic down, or I will, or lower the doors. But literally, if I lose my eye, I can't help you guys. I apologize. Yeah.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
Beneath here.
Yep.
It's my first time at SaaStr. Loving it.
Thank you for coming.
And I am so petrified of what AI is doing and how I'm not ready for it.
Are you more petrified after this?
No, I'm just as
the
petrified.
same petrification.
Yeah,
the same petrification as when you got here. Okay.
But I dropped everything, and I'm giving myself 2 months of downtime just to be in SF and learn, right? Okay. What can someone do to get, less petrified?
Okay.
Shall I repeat my question?
What can you do to be less petrified?
I've dropped everything. I'm here for 2 months just to learn. What do I do?
Listen, it's good. Well, first of all, if nothing else in SF, there's endless meetups, hackathons, leftathons, MCP-athons. Like, just ingratiate yourself in it so that the stress that Aaron's feeling, that Yamini's feeling, that you're feeling, that you're just acclimated to. It's a new normal. So just, I mean, I know it sounds silly, but it's not. Like, adjust to the stress, right? It is the new normal. Adjust to the pace. Adjust to the 2x pace. Even me, like, it's not the same, but even I'm working in terms of output, and Amelia too, we're working twice as hard as 12 months ago, right? And I have my own stresses, but listen, your life's more stressful than mine. I'm working twice as hard, as a year ago. Adjust to it. Adjust it or quit, right? And I know you're not going to quit because you're here, but adjust or quit. That's the best advice I can, right? And again, this is only sort of helpful, right? I'm just trying to be a therapist. Meet all these people. Hang out with more folks that are stressed out, right? If you want an SF, if you're here for 2 months, you literally can go to a hackathon or an AI meetup every fucking night, right? There's too many, right? But even if you don't really care about the content, socialize with the people that are stressed out, right? And not so much that you want to jump off the roof. And then figure out a way to work twice as hard, right?
Just to clarify, maybe the stress, it's not therapeutic question. I'm asking from a playbook perspective as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, figure out how to work twice as hard.
On what?
All of it. Ship features twice as hard. Make the product twice as good, right? Work 7 days a week. I mean, listen, it's brutal. I don't know, this was toxic to talk about 12 months ago. Now it's okay. Like, when Kyle from Owner was here, and they're coming up on 50 million, growing 10% a month, just raised at $1 billion. That company they work 7 days a week in the office. Now, they've made some exceptions as they've grown. They're partly remote. Folks have more families. So it's okay to work 6.5 days a week in the office. Adam's going to get a little mad. I mean, they're more flexible, but not really. And this is, of all the companies I've invested in, and I have some really good ones, I think Owner is the most, has the highest rate of software output, the highest rate of development, and the team is great, and the engineering team is as good as Kyle, okay, on the revenue side. But they don't work 40 hours a week, man. They work, especially Adam, the CEO. Every CEO works hard, right? I mean, come on, everyone. But Adam, 11 a.m., 6 a.m. on Sunday, whatever. It's in Burlingame, it's in SF, it's in Florida. The customer is in Orange. I saw him in Orange County. He's meeting with the restaurant down the street when I was in Orange. I mean, it's a lot, man. I don't know if this is answering your question, but you got to work twice as hard for maybe 50% more hours. And then my last point, and again, I know it might not be helpful, but if you listen to some of the things folks have said, and it may not help you, but if you have a team, just make sure everyone is using tools every day. It is good advice, right? Even Amelia, who runs SaaStr with me, now we use so much AI across. Like, This logo, right? I mean, we have our designer here who's one of the best I've ever worked with, but this was done by AI. Almost all of the drafts of this were done by AI. Our videos are done in this app called Higgsfield, right? Descripts AI does our podcast now, and so now we do a lot more podcasts, and they're a lot better, right? There's so many AI writes, like this session that we just did here, these will all get written up really well by our AI, and they'll be much better than a human. So like, make sure everyone on your team is spending hours a day, again, not just a recipe in Claude. And I don't know if it's helpful, but it's the best I could do for today. But thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Now that I'm not blinding you. You said yesterday that there are all these 100 million revenue companies that have suddenly hit a wall. They're growing 20%.
Hundreds.
And,
Hundreds.
quote, AI is maiming them.
Yep.
So can you dimension that maiming a little more? Is it more competitors moving faster?
Yes.
Is it internal build?
Yes.
Versus build versus buy, or is it the internal development process speeding up?
Why are they all slowed down?
Yeah, what's driving this context? What's the threat?
It's probably compounding effects. First of all, one of the biggest, there's probably two issues. The first two have, there's probably a bunch, but the first two have nothing to do with AI. One is too many didn't go multi-product. If you listen to Tope, I don't know if you were with Tope for Calendly, he's not telling you what's coming this year, but when you heard him say multi-product, they're at well over 200 million. I don't know where they are. I don't know if they're past 300, but they're well over 200 million. Multi-product is the game. Okay? Too many folks got to 100 million with one product. Too many folks got to 100 million pretending they had a second product, but it was really an extension of the feature, right? There are some folks like Parker Conrad that disagree with me, but although we'll do something with him on it soon, I don't actually think we disagree. But I think if your second product is smaller than your first, you're not multi-product because it doesn't get you anywhere. If you get to 100 million and it takes you 2 years to launch a product that can only do 50 million, it doesn't get you anywhere, right? It's got to be bigger. So too many folks didn't go multi-product, pretended it was multi-product. It was just a second feature. It wasn't a whole new product, right? So that's root cause number one of the slowdown at 100 million. Root cause number two, and so the lesson learned, and it was funny, I was rewatching the Chief Product Officer of Samsara, which is one of the top 10 most, he said last year at SaaStr, you got to go multi-product by 10 million in revenue. You got to go multi-product by 10 million, and I think it's the right way to think about it. Okay, second reason they're decelerating, which is they just couldn't recover from how easy it was in 2021. They couldn't recover culturally. They couldn't recover the fact that in 2021 anyone would buy their product, and they couldn't recover that because of that their product is the same as 2021. And so in 2021 they grew 70%, and then in 2022 they grew 40%, and then in 2023, oh shit, it's 20%, and then they hit this year at that. What did it decelerate to? So many folks went whatever that some version 70, 40, and then 40, the investors are like, oh, we're nervous, but 40 is still pretty good at 100, right? And then you see the 20s, and you're like, well, as long as Jason turns it around to 20%, and then you fall into the teens, and everyone gives up. And then where do you go from the teens? You end up like just ripping off your customers and then what happens after the teens is you start getting an investor update, and it's no new customers. The customer count is the same, but they raised prices again. They raised prices again, right? So living in 2021 killed people. Not going multi-product killed people. That alone led to this. And then the AI competitor is so fierce because not only is all the discretionary budget going into AI, which you heard from everybody, that's bad enough that CIOs especially want to put money. CIOs want to do two things. We ran out of time in my opener. They want fewer vendors, and even Tope said that's happening in Calendly. We want to consolidate vendors, but we're putting more money into AI. So you're either benefiting or getting screwed by that. Either you're getting consolidated out of existence, or you're benefiting from the AI. So too many folks are getting consolidated away, right? That's the third trend. And then the fourth one, to answer your question longly, and then this is it, is look, even if none of that is an issue, if AI just creates, if you just got 5 new competitors here, and they each have 1% market share, and you lose 5% market share, that even 5% is really stressful. It's really stressful, right? So that's all these things can like nickel and dime you and make your growth go from okay to not okay, right? The line between okay, it varies at your stage, but after 100, if you're growing less than 30%, it's big yellow light, right? And if after 100 million you're growing less than 20%, you fell out of product market fit. 100 million, you have so many thousands of customers. They should be telling their friends, and they should be leaving and going to new companies and bring you in and all the stuff you've seen. It's almost impossible to grow less than 20% at scale if the engine's working. So your engine is not working. That's a red effing flag, right? So I don't know if that helps, but those are all the causes. It's a lot.
Helps a lot. One follow-on, are you seeing much of sort of, yay, let's go all AI, and then boom, we've wandered into a minefield, product development goes to hell, just adopting AI itself begins to kill your...
Not really. No. Not really. I'll answer it. I usually don't like 2 questions, but it's a really interesting question. Then we'll go to that. Have I seen teams that went all in on AI and then everything fell apart because it was too hard and too complicated, right? The short answer is no. The slightly longer answer is, of course I have. Of course, I've seen it all the time. Teams fighting with each other, resource contention. Even more what I've seen is teams that actually build a great 1.0 AI, right? They're like, oh my God, it's so awesome. It's autonomous. It does all this. The next week, their competitor launches an AI that's the same. The team's exhausted, and then you find out you got to work even harder because your competitor just launched it last week. This I've seen again and again, and the team's getting tired, and the demands are going up. And then the mediocre start to say, you know what, I'll do it, but I need 50 more engineers. Okay, I've seen this again and again and again and again. It will kill the mediocre. It will kill the folks that don't care. It will kill the folks that aren't all in. But the best have already pushed their way through this. The best have already found a way to do this. But it is a huge issue for folks that haven't, right? There are plenty of excuses in that story.
Hey, Jason.
Hey.
First time here at SaaStr.
Great.
You.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, so I'm the founder of Market Better. We create AI agents in the go-to-market space.
Okay.
And what we're also seeing now is the intersection of MCP with agents.
Okay.
And I had an
Already? You're losing customers to MCP and agents?
Well,
it seems early. I would thought that would happen in June.
It's funny because...
It's only May, what is it, May 15th?
The LinkedIn audience is still on agents. The X audience has moved to MCP.
I know, but
And
I
if
mean,
you-
listen, I'm pretty interested, but it's early, right? It's early, right?
Yeah, so my question is now with like X rolling out support for MCP payments.
Yeah.
Do you think that Claude, OpenAI, that becomes a new consumption model for B2B customers to go not only find products but also consume them, or do you still
Look,
think?
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not smart enough to answer that question. I kind of asked Aaron that question, though, if you saw the session, right? He wasn't too, and look, Aaron is better than me, smarter than me, funner than me, faster than me, works at a higher MIPS rate than I do, okay? But and he's a public company CEO, right? So you have to be thoughtful. I think MCP is a threat to Box. I think I've had a lot of stories, and what I don't mean is not that it's going to kill Box. No way. Box is unstoppable, right? But what I mean is I'm not sure if I can go into any number of user interfaces that are enabled by MCP, whatever it is, and I can get all my Box content and talk to my Box content and do that analysis, but I'm doing it inside of your app.
Yeah.
I don't think that adds value to Box. Okay, I don't think it adds value to Box. I might be wrong. I'm just telling you my view on our last day. Because I've talked to many founders over the last couple weeks that are deep into MCP, that are very smart, that are very B2B, Trassel B2B. And they are not worried, like they're not like but they're like, yes, if I don't, like this is an issue for us, right? This is an issue for it. I'll give you one example. I talked earlier a couple times about, she was here, the head of sales from Mango Mint, which is like next generation automated AI for spas and salons. They're at 20 million, okay?
Yeah.
And the CEO, Daniel's great. I was with him the other night. We were having drinks, and he's like, they have the best of breed app, okay, in their space. There's competitors, but the only reason they got to 20 million in this small space is because by definition it has to be best of breed, right? Because there's not enough TAM or market. And he's like, it's great. And I love MCP as a product nerd, but the problem is, like, today if a customer wants to figure out how to schedule an appointment, they go to my app. If they go to MCP, they might not even know if they're using Mango Mint.
Yeah.
They could be using StyleSeat or Boulevard or any of these things. And he's like, I'm not worried, but I have to level up. I have to level up, right? So maybe Box doesn't have to, right? But I just think, listen, I don't have the answer. I think anyone that is resting on their data laurels from the IBM Box discussion, MCP is at least a small threat. And again, even if it's just a small threat because you're less valuable, I asked Drew Houston this too on MCP. I'm like, I get what you're doing is very exciting, but if I can get all my Dropbox elsewhere and I don't even know it's from Dropbox, right? Like my son's here. He's super smart on AI. Like he's all over AI, and Cursor's the only thing he pays for. And he's like, I don't know what a file is. He's like, I know what a file is, but like he's like, I've used Box because I use it at my school, but I've only heard of Dropbox, but I don't care about files. I'm a post-file world, right?
Yeah.
Now that actually doesn't mean that in an MCP world he isn't using it, but he just might not know, right? So I know I'm rambling. Yeah. We have enough. Most of us have enough to worry about to just get our core. But I think the best founders should be thinking, if AI MCP advances at the rate it does. And there's a lot of issues. A lot of issues around security. There's a lot of issues around federation and access to data. I personally don't think it's that simple as people think. Yeah. Security alone is a huge issue, right? But if MCP does what people hope it will, maybe it takes 2 years, which sounds way too long, or maybe it takes 120 days, which our bets are making. You better be thinking about how it's going to impact your product and how you're going to have to work 8 days a week because of the impact. That's the best I got today, though.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Hiya.
Hey, Jason.
Thanks for coming.
First time at SaaStr as well. Yeah, so as a non-AI first company trying to fundraise, and so many funds going to like AI first companies.
Sorry, you're non AI. Is someone over here? Oh, sorry. I just lost interest. I know you said something about being a non-AI first SaaS company, but
yeah, we have AI features, but not really diverting.
That's my answer, by the way, in a joking way. But keep going. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, as a non-AI first company, how many resources should we be devoting to like make ourselves AI first, or should we be focusing on making our offering better and things that we do well?
At the end of the listen, I mean, I'll give you the market answer and all that. Look, at the end of the day, no matter what anybody says, for investors, you mean, only people care about is how quickly you're growing. No one cares. No one really cares. No one really cares if there's IA or AI or API or IA. No matter what anybody says, the only reason any investor cares about AI is because they want insane growth. They don't really care, right? Listen, there is, for example, there's a renaissance in fintech today. Okay, a lot of fintech companies are doing really well. There's only I know they're excited, but there's only so much AI in Revolut. There's only so much AI in Stripe and Chime, which is going public. I'm sure, I haven't read the Chime prospectus. I'm sure it says it's AI for consumer banking, but it ain't much AI, okay? But they put up the numbers, man. Revolut, Chime, they put up the numbers, right? So that's your answer. You got to put up the numbers. Now, before you have the numbers, the more exciting your product is, the more exciting the founders are, and the more topical it is, the more people will take the risk. It's just that simple. So if you don't have pedigreed founders, you're in an unattractive category, and you don't have the numbers, that's why they invented angels. I hope these angels come, because professional investors, if you don't have the pedigree, if you don't have the numbers, like the growth, or you're not in a super hot space, it's three risks too many. Like you have to, even pre-seed inception investors don't take all 3 risks, right? So it's the best I got. But at the end of the day, I guess what I would say on the meta topic of how AI I should be, right? Listen, don't be cynical. Build what makes the world's best product for real today. What would you build today again? To say this again, but I think it's so important. What's the absolute best product in the entire world you can build today that your customers will pay for? That's always the answer, not what VCs think, right? Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, any more? Are we done? Possibly? Sorry. Just a little blinded still?
Hi, Jason. This
Hi.
is Sri Ramaswamy.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. This is my first time at SaaStr.
Good.
I'm the founder and CEO of Charlie.ai. We are an insurtech company. I hope you're going to use AI on your speaker forms for this year, so we can get included for next year. I really also hope that SaaStr expands to include insurtech, because I want those guys to be on fire like the way I was.
Cool.
And
great.
Thank you for doing this.
Thanks for coming. Thank you very much.
I hope you do include insurtech.
We do. I mean, listen, yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we get a lot of speaker requests, right? Maybe AI will help. We did use AI actually to process most of the speaker requests. And in fact, all the decks you saw today, like last year we had 5 people review all the content. It was all done by our AI on our website. The 5 people we did it last year, they said they didn't want to work this hard this year. They said they wanted to triple what they charged us, and they didn't want to work until just before the event. Instead of, because you have to work all year to do this. They said, they called us into a meeting on Zoom in December. They said, we know you're going to have to think about this. We want to triple what you pay, what we charge you, triple what we charge you, and we only want to work a couple weeks before the event. So we're like, I don't know what we're going to do, but it ain't that, right? And so once our AI worked, Amelia's like, well, let's just put all the speaker decks in it, and let's just put all the 1,000 speaker submissions. Is better than, like, a lot of learning is better than any human. Put in the deck that we saw, especially for folks we don't know. Give me 10 pieces of feedback on this deck. How could it be better? It's better than, it has all of my learnings for 12 years. The feedback is better than we could give, and it didn't take a week from 5 grouchy people that didn't want the job, right? So we have AI on the back end. It just wasn't on the front end. We'll add to the front end. That's just an interesting learning for us, right? Big deal. Listen, we've had plenty of vertical SaaS at SaaStr here and others on InsurTech. If we have any iconic brands, we want the iconic brands. If it's in a vertical SaaS and you've never heard of the company, no one goes. No one goes. No one goes to anything if you haven't heard of it. And if especially, no one goes to it if it's in a vertical and no one's heard of it. I just can't get anybody. I don't want to have a session here where there's 2 people, right? So, like, you have to give people kind of the content that they want to consume. But there's lots of ways. We have brain dates. We have smaller sessions. Anyone that has done something that's super interesting will at least get approved for something small for next year. But thanks for the feedback. Yeah, thank you.
Jason Eric from Brazil here.
Oh, yeah. You came back, right?
Last year.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. Is it better this year?
Got the mug, yeah. Much better.
Good.
Feel even more humiliated than last year, which is good. Come back to convince the team on this. But my question, I was discussing with a lot of my friends here on the traditional VC model, if it's like perhaps becoming even more extreme. I see like the small funds are betting on extreme outcomes.
Yes, as we already talked about, more extreme.
Yep. And like the large VCs are turning almost into a private equity play. They want to
maybe, but as a founder, so what? Like, what? Who cares? You're right.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Like the ones who started a company on the traditional SaaStr-like playbooks, the triple, double. Yeah. Where does this middle come? Where they go from here? That's pretty much my question.
Listen, I hear your point. Honestly, I don't think it's any different. It's a good question, but I don't think it's any different than the prior question. I just think it's not that nobody wants to invest in a great SaaS company. It's just the bar is 500 million and 50% growth. You got to get there before you retire. Okay, there's no point in investing, right? And AI is the fastest way to get there today, but if you heard Rory on the podcast, if you're triple, double, send him an email. He made plenty of money from HubSpot and Box and others investing in those companies, as have I. It's just you just have to meet more people. It's not that it's not like all this stuff in the media about private equity and crossover. Blah, who cares, right? At the same time, like Josh Browder from Do Not Pay, he's spoken here twice. He just raised a $30 million fund today himself. There's so many new funds. So many. Jack Altman, who was CEO of Lattice when he spoke, he's raised 400 million. He co-invested with Owner with me. So there's so many new investors in the market, so many hungry folks, sources of capital. You just got to be in the zone. And if you've got the numbers but you're not perfect, you just got to work harder than 2021, just like everything else. It's really that simple, right? And but the last insight I'll give you, which is obvious too, and then let's break because we could do it forever. Even though you have to work harder to get investors interested if you're not AI native or AI first, and even though there's so many more startups today, like they're everywhere, right? Just remember, if you're trying to understand getting funded, realize this. Whether they're pre-seed, inception, growth, crossover, there is no great investor, no truly great investor that says, I have met with too many amazing founders. No one. Okay? Almost everyone here is pretty good. And so when I'm going to say next, I don't mean to be critical or anything, pretty good. But from an investment standpoint, okay, I'm not Mark Andreessen, but I'm a pretty good investor. I'm 10x lifetime, almost 5x in the last fund. Like, that's like top couple percent, okay? And people know SaaStr, right? Again, I'm not these guys. But I will say I am lucky if once a month I meet a founder I truly want to invest that works in my box. that works in my box. Yeah, I met Varun from Windsurf a couple weeks ago. I guess if he was raising at $5 billion, I could put some money in. But it's not in my box, okay? I'll meet guys that are too early and aren't in my box. There's a million reasons. But here's my last meta insight for folks. I meet one a month. It doesn't matter if I do 1,000 meetings. It doesn't change it. It doesn't mean there's not more great ones out there. But the point of the story for me, just as a small example, is I don't know any VC, Rory, any market, who says, God, I just met with 10 founders that were amazing and the company was amazing, but I can only pick one. That's not the way it works. Every investor will say, I've never met with enough Alex Karps, Aaron Levies, Drew Houstons, Topes. No one's ever said I've met with too many Topes. And in fact, the first time I just worked in startups at all, my first job was on Sandhill in tech, okay? And I didn't know anything. And my old boss introduced me to what then was one of the most successful VCs. Like, I didn't even know exactly what VCs. He introduced me to this guy. And pretty cocky guy. VCs used to be more arrogant than today, believe it or not, because founders had less choice. And he said to me, many IPOs wildly successful, he said, listen, sitting here on center, he's like, once a quarter I meet someone, and I just chase them down the parking lot. That's my only job. Nothing else, man. I chase them down the parking lot until they take my money. You'll hear Sequoia is famous for this. Sequoia is a great investor, super aggressive, but when you've had a portfolio company that Sequoia wants to invest, they just sit in your lobby. They just sit in your lobby until you take your term sheet, right? So they don't do that if they have 1 trillion deals to do, right? So a little fun way of saying it's harder than ever to get funded. The box is narrower. The expectations are higher. But hack this. You got to hack every system. The job is to hack it, right? And realize, you know what? Your email sucked. Like, if you're sending emails to VCs, why? Like, read your email. Would you fund that? Like, I've put several cold emails I've funded on SaaStr, and I've had other folks do press. Read the post I did. Most people, when they read I had 2 founders that shared their cold emails. They're like, yeah, I'd invest in that one. Was your email that good? No, my email wasn't that good. Well, what do you expect? You know, everyone opens their email. Yamini was here yesterday from HubSpot. She opened 2 cold emails that were video that were good. The CEO of a $40 billion company. So do VCs. But if it's not epic, you know, no one wants another coffee. I've already had 5 cups at SaaStr. I don't want another coffee, right? So just some insights. Harder than ever. Talk to more people. But stop wasting your chance. Stop wasting your shot. No VC has enough S-tier opportunities. No one, right? No one. And the reason VCs just, you know, there's a lot of, it's interesting, there's so much, if you read a lot of industry stuff like you do, you'll see, oh, the median returns of venture are terrible. The median returns of venture are not as good as NASDAQ. The average VC doesn't even double their investors' money, and it takes 15 years. It's all true, but do you know why? It's because they don't invest in good enough founders. And why don't they invest in good enough founders? They don't see or win enough deals, and so they compromise. They're like, God, if I don't do a deal this year, I'm going to get fired, right? You know, that's the best one I met, so I got to do it. But in life, you got to settle sometimes. But settling for a bad investment is like settling for a crappy VP of sales. I don't know if you've done that. Most people have. What happens when you settle for a crappy VP of sales? It don't work, does it? So that's why VCs have shitty returns, right? So be the outlier for real. If you're the outlier, you will get funded. Like, no matter what anybody says. So thanks for the rambling answer.
Jason, congrats once again. Amazing.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Jason.
Thanks for coming.
Giovanni from Brazil. 3rd time.
Oh, good. The best one, I hope?
Yeah.
Okay,
the best one.
You got to say it to me anyway. You got to say it's the best one.
Yeah. I love when we have a lot of people saying about playbooks and go-to-market data, and we are all in AI this year, but I think that is important and I understand the reason.
Yep.
And so I want to know your perspective in what will constitute differentiation in a world where the information asymmetry is almost zero and the cost of software development is going down and down. What do you think that is real differentiation?
Well, look, there's a lot of meta in that question. I'm too tired to answer. Look, at the end of the day, unless you have data lock, unless you have a marketplace, right, with 2 sides, right? At the end of the day, in software, in B2B, differentiation is going to be what can the best people in the world build in a year to start, and then 5 years and 10 years. And it's not going to change. You can have AI writing 50 to 90% of your code, right? But so can everyone here. Everyone here can use Windsurf and Cursor. It's not a competitive, at the moment it's a competitive advantage. If your team's really good at it, and they aren't, but it isn't going to be a competitive advantage even in weeks, right? So we're still going to be measured in how many humans can build how much great software that people actually want to buy in a prescribed amount of time. And that will not be a moat at first, right? But if you can do something unique, you can get ahead in a niche, in a small segment when other people can't. That will be true in the age of AI ever. It's just, for a million reasons, the bar is going up. Customers are expecting more. The product has to do more. It has to be more fully functional because of all this. But so be it. That's the game we're all in, right? And so we will be constrained on what can a great team build in a certain amount of time and capital with AI, and it'll be much better. And then we will be constrained on what they can build in the next 5 years and 10 years to IPO. And those constraints won't change. It's just the products will be 5 or 10 times better. It's the only insight I really have, right? But overall, we're still humans. We're just Borgs and AI mech people, but there's still only so many hours, right? Yeah. And I don't care how cool, lovable, and Bolt is. On its own, it can't build HubSpot. It can help you, but you still need a team of great people, right? And 10 great people using Bolt or Lovable to prototype versus 5 mediocre, the 10 great engineers are going to destroy the 5 mediocre people with the same tool, right? Yeah. It's as true today as ever, right? So, thank you.
But I want to know what will be Lovable like in 2 years, you know?
We'll find out next year.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, maybe just 2 more questions, and then we'll break at 4:30.
Hey, Jason, great to be back.
Thank you.
I love it. Came in September. I think I told you when I walked in that was my first SaaStr in 8 years.
Oh, wow.
So it's
You're OG.
Kind of wild to be back so soon after the last one, but it's been great.
Thank you.
Kyle Norton said something pretty interesting.
Okay.
In the,
He's pretty smart.
He said a lot of interesting things, but the one thing that really stood out, there was a bit of a tension there that I noticed where you asked him how, a tension in what he said, not between the two of you. You asked him how they're instructing a lot of their reps to use AI or like what they're suggesting to them to do or whatnot. And his response was pretty interesting. He actually said something along the lines of like he didn't want his reps experimenting. He wanted them
I think he said it wasn't necessary to him today. Maybe he said he didn't want. I don't think he said he didn't want his reps curious. I just think he said it wasn't necessary today.
Because
he said his managers needed to be all in. They need to be hacking, playing with the latest sales and other tools and AI constantly. He said he didn't care so much if his junior AEs and SDRs did, he said. Which surprised me, but I get it, right?
Maybe you're answering my question just now, but I was going to ask, is that something you've heard much from other revenue leaders, that they don't care about their reps experimenting? I would have
listen, Kyle has an incredibly efficient engine, right? And I think his point is he wants to take the most aggressive, because he gets such good inbound, because he's got such a high profile, right? What you want is you just don't want the lazy people in sales. You want the ones that want it. You want the ones that are effing hungry. Right. And I know we pretend most folks in sales are, but have you managed a sales team?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Are all of them hungry? Come on. Most sales reps want to earn 80% of what they can for 30% of the work. So Kyle has set up an org of folks who all want to be Kyle. That's the genius of someone like a Kyle or a Sam Blond or all these folks on the team. They recruit folks who want to be the next them. Okay, it's incredibly, you need the goods, you need the brand, you need the capital, but then you get the super ambitious ones. And his point is, listen, I'm going to arm you. I'm going to arm you with data. I'm going to arm you with AI. I'm going to arm you with calls. I'm going to handle you, help you do onboard. I'm going to arm all around you, but I just want you to come in and sell like hell is what he wants today. And I'm going to make you a mech AE, but you don't have to figure out how the armor works.
But can you become a Kyle
without
doing that?
No, but listen, we could talk forever.
Yeah.
I think what Kyle's saying is the right way to do it in May, right? Because he can create the armor for you, right? I think if we ask Kyle next year, he'll say he's only going to hire AEs and SDRs that are incredibly curious about AI, right? He's saying my managers, it's required, and then my managers build the armor, and I can't solve for everything in this world, so I want the ones that are like fucking hungry, right? He didn't say that, but I know that's what he really, and he's willing to give on the rest, right? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 2 last questions, and then we'll break just because I need a retina transplant or cornea transplant, whichever one it is.
Seventh time.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. You've been here before. Thank you.
All right. I really enjoy it.
You deserve a badge.
This year is more like illuminating because the AI agent and everything. I do have a question regarding Sequoia has a last week they talk about like MCP.
Yep.
And also agent economy, right? So what's your take in the what's the immediate thing will be happening with the agent economy or MCP talking to each other?
I don't know, man. I mean, if you were here with Aaron Levie and Raj from IBM, I mean, IBM itself, which is an older company founded quite a few years ago, it's launched an agent marketplace that includes Box, and Aaron's all over hundreds of agents and all these other things, and everyone's excited about MCP that is interested in software and is nerdy, right? Everyone's excited, right? But I don't know because, and this is why I asked Aaron. I wanted to learn because Aaron's he loves to talk to customers. He's talking to so many enterprises. I just haven't talked to a lot of enterprises that are super excited about deploying thousands of agents and MCPs, right? And Aaron said the same thing, right? So I'm going to answer MCP, I think, is very disruptive, like I said before. The fact that you can extract data or work with data and make the data provider be less valuable is both exciting for new applications, but a little scary for folks that think their data is a moat, right? Because their moat may become a repository, and I'm not sure a repository is as defensible, right? But at a meta level, and then we got a break. I'll take one question. It's all interesting, but I'm done talking about LLMs and O4 minis and all this crap. We've talked about infrastructure in AI so far. Now we're moving to applications. Your customers do not care what model it's under, right? And in fact, I'll tell you what I've learned from RAI, which is 150,000 chats. It's pretty good if you haven't tried it, okay? I have no idea what models are in it, and I don't care. And none of you that have used it care. I think I can see hints because I think there's one way I think DeepSeek does things, and I think I can see some DeepSeek. I might be wrong, but I don't care. I don't think anyone cares. So I'm interested in a world where I don't care what the model is anymore. And MCP is very interesting because MCP is nerdy, but MCP is like API 2.0 is super important for us building business. Like if it goes the way people say, it's profoundly important, right? I mean, for folks that like didn't live in a world before we had amazing REST and other APIs, you don't know how transformative these early APIs are. It was like I remember my CTO when I hired him. He was a whiz kid. He was like 25, okay, at the time, and we were in the first batch of applications that worked on AppExchange in Salesforce, okay, and this was 2006, so a long time ago. Maybe he was 24, and he came to me, and he's a pretty grouchy guy, so smart, love him, classic grouchy, super smart CTO. He's like, this is the best piece of software I've ever used. I'm like, what do you mean, Salesforce? I mean, Salesforce, you know, like how the APIs in AppExchange work. I'm like, what do you mean? I don't even understand how Salesforce works yet. Like, it seems really complicated. Like, I don't like to input data, and these tabs are weird. He's like, no. I literally, in one day, I integrated us inside of an enterprise piece of software in one day. He's like, this used to take forever, right? And so that was a profound step function, right? And Salesforce leveraged that, right? MCP is going to be like that, but I don't know how. Right? So I don't know how, but thank you. Yeah. All right, very last question. Thanks for everybody.
Thank you. This may be a weird last question for this conference.
Well, then I'll turn it around and make it a different question if it's okay. Yeah. What's the question?
Appreciate that. Some amazing insights this last couple days from product, go-to-market, sales perspective. I'm kind of curious from a marketing perspective, specifically brand, where, how you think about the importance of brand in this new reality, and any insights you might have about how AI and humans kind of fit into that.
Yeah, well, two things. One, we actually, we'll integrate it more. We had a big CMO summit with like 300s there.
Yeah,
and
I tapped into
we integrated a little bit of it. We'll do more next year because that was a big topic. I actually couldn't participate because I had 11 sessions today. I'm only supposed to have one on the last day, but it was all fun.
You're working very hard.
But I love it. But listen, I tease on. I do think the one thing I will say, it's worth. This is just my experience and my view, but I'm pretty sure it's right. Brand, again, 80% of buyers buy based on brand. Maybe, actually, 95% are influenced by brand and 80% by a market leader, the one or two choice. We don't have time. There are moments in time where we do a lot of app discovery. 2020 was one during the pandemic because all of a sudden we realized, hey, we need a contact center. We need e-signatures. So the amount of discovery that happened in March through October 2020 was insane, right? Discovery. And the amount of discovery that's happening now is insane, right? But it's exhausting, right? At the end of the day, we just want, most of us, we don't have time. We just want to buy the market leader. And if the market leaders, no matter, everyone's like, I'm going to compete with Calendly. Most of us should just buy Calendly, right? It works. Everyone uses it. Most of us should just use Box or Dropbox, or most of us should just use ChatGPT. 85% of the world uses ChatGPT. Most of us should not experiment with other solutions, right? I mean, folks in this room should, right? So my point is brand has always been important in choices. It remains. That's why I said I think F1 is going to be the biggest beneficiary of FI, and think because people are they're gonna invest in these big, because the F1 and the Super Bowl ads, as silly as they seem, you get everybody, right? They're not silly when they're done well. You get everybody, so that's going to still matter. The last thing I will say is, having said that, the problem with brand is always important, and most of my generation, when Aaron and I started together, and David Sachs and people, we thought brand was stupid. We're like, this is what old fogies say, right? This is like Mad Men. It's like, we do PLG, we close customers, we build great. Brand is what losers talk. Like, brand doesn't work on the internet, right? When we were starting in SaaS, David and me and others. But then you hit 10 million and 20 million, and then they all come because of your brand, right? And so you learn that, wow, I was wrong. Brand is like most of the game in marketing. And you're like, now I kind of get why the big companies like Adobe, everyone does brand, right? Because everyone's heard of Adobe. So your job is that when you're top of mind, you buy Adobe and not somebody else. But they've already heard of you, right? So super important. That's not going to change. What I'll break on, and this is my caveat and my advice, is it doesn't mean you can run the 2021 playbook. And what I've already seen happen, and it worries me, and when I tell people it worries me, they get mad at me. A lot of people, no one here got mad at me, but I worry when brand marketers just want to keep doing the crap they did before. And some of it works. Like, these booths are going to work. Right? We'll be objective. We'll tell you how these booths perform. I bet they perform better than last year, okay? And so do the ads. But that alone is not demand gen. That alone is not turning every interaction into a highly personal and personalized interaction, like Yamini said. So brand is the ultimate answer, but you got to earn the brand, right? You got to earn the brand. And ultimately, and a different way of looking at it in B2B, and then we'll break. Sorry, it's got to be the last one. I apologize. If you really want, we could do one more short one, and then that's got to be it. A different way of looking at brand is that whatever data you look at in B2B, and HubSpot used to publish this, I put it on SaaStr, everyone gets most of their leads from word of mouth at scale. Okay, when I was a founder at first, and back in the days of Aaron and David, I went to a founder event at Intuit in Mountain View, and the founder came out, and he said, you know, when I founded Intuit, we had CD-ROMs and floppy disks in CompUSA, and we sold software in the stores, and it was. But he said, and then we learned how to use dial-up, and he went on, and it sounded like a kind of a silly story. And he said, everything's changed at Intuit except one thing. Since I founded Intuit, 80% of our customers have come from word of mouth. Now, how that word of mouth, that flywheel has been accelerated, whether it's virality, whether it's whatever, but still, at the end of the day, it's 80% word of mouth. And brand's going to reinforce that. But the way you reinforce that word of mouth is going to continue to evolve in this age. And the most stressful example is SEO going to ChatGPT. People are still searching for brands, right? But what that means is so different than a Google search, right? So if you meet a marketer, and listen, I am getting tired, and I know this is a really tough ask of a marketer in May, but if they don't understand what they're going to do about the fact that search is going from SEO to ChatGPT, and I don't know the answer, but I know the issues, probably can't hire them, right? Because brand still matters, but the way you get it it's changing. So those are my best thoughts. And we'll do more on brand. We'll do more on brand and the way it matters over the coming year because it's a good topic. So thank you. All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we'll slip one last quick one in. Just.
Hi, Jason. I
Yeah.
actually came to save you, to say thanks for SaaStr, but can we party now?
Yeah, let's party. Let's have a drink. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it.